So good. So, okay, we started. Okay, one, two, three.
Assalamualaikum
Assalamualaikum
warahmatullahi
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
wabarakatuh. Good morning. First of all, let's thank to God the Almighty who has been giving us mercies and blessing, so we can attend in this meeting without any trouble and obstacle in this happy place and time.
Secondly, my salawat and salam always be given to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who has guided us from the darkness to the lightness, from the stupidity era to the cleverness era. Allow us to introduce ourselves. I'm Najwa,
I'm Ray,
as
as
Master
Master
of
of
Ceremony.
Ceremony.
Welcome
Welcome
to
to the
the
third
third International
International
Conference
Conference
on
on
Fisheries
Fisheries
and
and Marine
Marine Research
Research
with
with
theme
theme
Integrated
Integrated
Fisheries
Fisheries
Management
Management
and
and
Technology
Technology
to
to
achieve
achieve
blue
blue
economy.
economy. This international conference will be divided into 5 sections. The first section is opening.
The second section is plenary session.
The third section is discussion.
Fourth section is breakout rooms.
And the last section is closing.
Well, before we get started, we will introduce the keynote speaker and invited speaker. The fourth keynote speaker is Professor Matsuichi Takashi Fritz for utilization of fishery and marine researches topic from Hokkaido University, Japan. The second invited speaker is Dr. Pandegede Sasmita Juliantoro for fishery aquaculture topic from Universitas Udayana, Indonesia. The third invited speaker is Professor Sukoso for fishery technology topic from Universitas Brawijaya, Indonesia. Fourth invited speaker is Dr. Tim Datham for Marine Science Research Fellow from School of Natural Science, Macquarie University, Australia. Fifth invited speaker is Professor Susana Sukoyono for Fishery Agribusiness from Senior Advisor and Board of Supervisor Cora Trainer Center. And sixth invited speaker is Professor Sukri Haji Same for utilization of fisheries researches topic from Prince of Songkhla University, Thailand.
And we reminder again to all the participants to rename your account Zoom to group underscore full name. For example, AQ underscore header Jamaluddin. Mute your Zoom audio by clicking the icon speaker on your Zoom screen and use the provided virtual background on your Zoom. Well, after the presentation, there will be a discussion session for participants who wants to ask questions. Participants are welcome to ask questions and send questions in the chat column with that format has been made.
Well, the first session will be guided by Dr. Dewa Gede Rakawiyatnya. To Dr. Dewa Gede Rakawiyatnya, the screen is yours.
Good morning, all the participants. I hope my voice is clear this morning. Wow. Well, before we start with the discussions, there will be two keynote speakers. We will have an insight on current status of fisheries from Professor Matsuichi Takashi Fritz. He is the senior lecturer in Faculty of Fisheries, Hokkaido University. His research interests were in fisheries management and fish population dynamic. His educational background, it seems that he spent most of his time in Tokyo, the oldest and the best university in Japan, I suppose. Well, herewith, I would like to please Professor Matsuishi to deliver your insight on current status of fisheries. Time is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, selamat pagi. So I would like to share my screen. So could you, the host, permit my sharing? It's not permitted. Okay, wait for a while. And now, Is it okay? My voice is clear? Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for inviting me to this very good conference, fantastic conference. And I'm very happy to have this opportunity to share my experience or the Japanese experience. Actually, last month, I was in Universitas Brawijaya for 10 days, and I found many Japanese restaurants there. And I also pleased that to find a sushi restaurant in the shopping mall next to the UB campus. This photo is not Indonesian one, it's Japanese one, real Hokkaido sushi. You can observe 10 pieces of sushi on a dish. All of them are very fresh sashimi on the rice. In a sushi restaurant, you'll find this, several clerks are working there, but you have to mind to eat the this sushi dish. Yeah, the more than 100 people needs a collaboration to make this one, including fishers, middleman, transporter, auctioneers, fish shop, and sushi chefs for each slice of the sashimi. So to eat a good sushi forever. So I would like to consider the blue economy in the field of capture fisheries with you in this presentation. This is the content of my talk today, and the current status of fisheries, fish population dynamics, fisheries management measures, and conclusions. This slide shows the latest statistics on world capture fisheries and aquaculture production from SOFIA 2022, published last June. The production is increasing monotonously because of the rapid increase in aquaculture production. This part. Still, the capture fisheries, the blue area, occupies more than half, but it has declined. It started declining. This figure shows the world fisheries stock status. The percentage of unsustainable stock has increasing, but more than half of the stock is still sustainable level. However, the number of fishes starts declining, especially in the capture fishery field. The number of fishes in the world declined faster than the aquaculture farmer. This trend already started in Japan more than 40 years ago. In Japan, the production decline started in 1980s, more than 40 years ago. Currently, the production is 1/3 comparing to the peak level. This figure shows the current stock status in Japan. Recently, the stock assessment scheme was changed, so the number of stocks assessed stock in this scheme is reducing. Anyway, so the percentage of high-level stock, middle-level stock, low-level stock is very stable. So it means for these 10 years, the stock level is very stable. However, the number of fishes is decreasing monotonously. So the blue line shows the number of fishes. It declines and declines and declines. And production is like this, peaked at 1980s and declined. So the per capita production, the production per fisher is almost stable. So it means the decline of fisher, the number of fisher, is not because of the overfishing or the decline of the fish stock, just because of the fishing is not a fascinated business for people, maybe because of the laborious work, dangerous work, dirty work, something like this. But they cannot get enough income for this hard work. So why catch in Japan has been declined? It's not because of the stock status. Stock status has been stable. Current catch is 1/3 to the peak in 1980s. Current number of fish is 1/3 to 1980s. The decline in catch has been mainly caused by a decrease in the number of fishes. So this is the Japanese experience, and world fishery may follow the Japanese situation. So in this occasion, we have to consider the blue economy. The definition of the blue economy is the sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, improved livelihood, and jobs. Conserving the ocean ecosystem health. So we have to consider two factors: ecosystem preservation and economic utilization of the resource. The balance of two factors will be the key for the blue economy. So from now on, we are considering two factors. I started from the biological one, fish population dynamics. I'll show you a very simple scheme of the production cycle of first aquaculture, not capture fishery. Aquaculture start at empty pond, and farmer introduce the seed, juvenile, fly, small fish, small shrimp in the pond. It will grow and harvest all. That's the cycle of the typical aquaculture pond. So farmer don't need to consider the amount of harvest. Of course, I know the situation is various, but in this kind of the very simple production cycle, so a farmer can harvest all of the big fish, big shrimp, and they will clean the pond, and the situation becomes the same situation like the beginning of the aquaculture, and they can continue this cycle. So the beginning situation and the last situation is exactly same. That means sustainable. On the other hand, production of capture fishery. Before humans start fishing, the fish is already on the ocean, in the ocean. And they are making the reproduction by themselves. So they can keep the population by themselves. And the juvenile will enter to the fishing ground. It is called recruitment or recruit. And they will grow. And the big difference is the harvest. Fisher catch a part of the stock, not all of the stock. If this situation and this situation is exactly same, it is sustainable. However, it's a bit difficult. So many fishers there, fishers will compete each other. Every fisher would like to catch more fish than the neighbors. So without any regulation, it's very difficult to stop the fishing. So the beginning situation is not same to the last situation after the harvest, and the second cycle, they will make the reproduction, but the next generation, number of the next generation will be fewer comparing the first cycle, recruit, grow, and if fisher cannot stop fishing more than the sustainable level, the stock will decrease and decrease and disappear. That is the overfishing. So to preserve the ecosystem, to avoid the overfishing, we need to understand the current status of stock, estimate the proper fishery or fishery activities or catch, and someone has to regulate the fishers, the operations, the catch. But how to decide the upper limit of the catch or the fishing effort? I'd like to introduce one of a most simple model. It is called Schaeffer's model. Maybe some of the audience don't like to read equation, so I will explain the meaning of the equation by graphs. Firstly, this is the production of the fish stock. If no parents, no biomass, no parents, no fish there, no children, so production will be very low. And we believe that there is a maximum point, a kind of capacity. So if the biomass becomes this level, fish cannot increase more. It's a bit difficult to estimate where is this capacity, how much amount is this capacity, and is it stable or not? It's very difficult. However, without any capacities, now the ocean is full of fish. It's not true. That's because maybe every species, every stock may have this kind of capacity. So the production curve passes at the origin, no parents, no children, and at the capacity, they cannot increase more. So I don't know no one knows the curve, the shape of the curve between 0 and k, but it should be positive. Otherwise, no fish there. And the mathematician often do that. So if it's very difficult to assume, to know the exact shape of the curve, the mathematician assume the simplest model, simplest curve. So this assumption is one of the simplest one. I know there are some another similarly simplest curve. For example, the Fox model assumes the exponential curve or something like this. But yes, today I will talk the Schaeffer's model. It is a very simple symmetry curve. So if I assume the production curve is like this, maybe fluctuation there. Sometimes the fish may increase more than this blue line, sometimes less than the blue line, and the biomass may change because of some environmental factors or the prey-predation relationship or something like this. But anyway, if the population becomes to the more than k, it's over the capacity, the population will decrease. And if the population is less than the capacity, the population will increase. So this side population decrease, this side the population will increase. So in the long term, maybe the population will become stable here. It is called equilibrium. Equilibrium. So without fishery, this situation is not included fisheries. Without fishery, the population will stable at this point. On the other hand, the fishery, please consider today's catch in very short term. Maybe if the biomass become twice, the yield or the catch amount become twice. It means the yield will be proportional to biomass. So the production curve of the fishery can be expressed by a line passing the origin. And this slope means fishing effort. For example, if the fishing effort become twice, it means the number of vessels become twice, the efficiency of the gear become twice or something like this. The curve will change to this line. So we can express the fishing catch or the fishing effort in this graph. So combining the production and fishing, we can find the equilibrium. So at this biomass, if the fishing effort is this amount, fisher can catch this amount. Okay, and if the biomass is this amount, the fish stock will produce on the blue line this amount. So the fishery removes the fish exactly same amount of the stock production. So the biomass will equilibrium, don't move. If the population biomass become this side, the production is less than the catch, so the biomass will decrease. If the biomass become this side, the production will be more than the fishing catch, so the stock will increase. So in the long term, the population and catch will come this side. So we would like to, it is called sustainable yield, and anyone would like to increase the sustainable yield, so we can change the fishing effort to maximize the sustainable yield. So if someone can tune the fishing effort at this level, so that we can maximize the production, we can maximize the catch, and it is called MSY, maximum sustainable yield. It's a very basic and important idea of the fish population dynamics. So if someone cannot tune the fishing effort, cannot regulate the fishing effort, of course, as I said, every fishers would like to increase their catch, would like to compete each other. So it will lead the over effort. So the population, the production become lower than the MSY level, and fishing effort is more than the optimum level. It is called overfishing. In this situation, we have to say, don't work so hard to the fishers. So if the fishing effort is reduced, the population become better, the situation becomes MSY. So someone, policymaker, stock manager, tries to limit the catch at this level and limit the effort at this level. If the effort is less than this level and catch is less than this level, it cannot be overfishing, and we can preserve the ecosystem for this specific species. So the target of fishery management is the status of MSY, maximum sustainable yield. To make MSY for virgin stock depletion is necessary. The stock will decrease until around half of the virgin stock, because it is the maximum point for the production. And someone have to regulate the catch and fishing effort. Without regulation, maybe it makes the overfishing. This talk is only from biological side. But as I said, we have to consider the economic side. I'd like to share how to include the economic consideration in Japanese fishery management scheme. We have two reference point for considering the upper limit of catch. First one is called ABC, or allowable biological catch. It's a scientific recommendation purely from the biological consideration, calculated by the Fisheries Research Agency of National Fisheries Agency, with researchers of universities, including me. So it's a biological reference point, but for the very important 8 species, Japanese government are trying to decide the total allowable catch, or TAC. It's a legal upper limit. So if the cumulative catch reaches to TAC, the government order to stop fishing for this specific species for all fishes. If some fishes target the specific species, it is illegal. And to decide the TAC by the government should consider the economic situation. For deciding the TAC, so government have to consider the two aspects, biological aspects and economic aspects. So the procedure is a kind of negotiation, but I would like to show you the idea how to consider the TAC, how to decide the TAC by graph. Maybe the biological success probability can be like this. If the fishing effort is less than this level, it's okay, sustainable. And if fishing effort will be more than this point, it's gradually the sustainability will reduce, and this point, it's never more sustainable. It's sure that the fish will disappear. On the other hand, in this point, the researcher will recommend ABC at this point. So don't over this fishing effort or catch amount. Otherwise, there are some risk of the overfishing. On the other hand, economic curve will be like this. So without the small amount of the fishing effort, maybe the small catch, they cannot get enough income. They can't continue the fishing as a business. But if they can make the fishing effort like this, maybe economically okay, they can catch more fish. In this situation, so this point is optimum, so economic success is probability is full, and biological success probability will be full. So in this situation, government can decide the TAC can be the scientific recommendation, same amount of scientific recommendation. However, if the stock is bad, like this, the ABC, it will be very low. The economic curve should be very high. So they need more cost to find the fish. So they have to use more cost for the catch. So they need more fish. They try to increase the fishing effort, but it makes the disappearing of the stock. In this case, government will consider TAC at this point because the fishery or the sushi dish needs both biological, it means the fish itself, and economics, it means fishers or the transporters or the fish shop. So the fish business is important. So if the only biological, maybe the stock will rehabilitate, but no fishers there, like Japanese situation. However, we can change the curve like this. For example, in this case, the TAC equals to ABC, everything is okay. By the many challenges from the researchers, for example, accuracy of estimation, or the quantitative estimation of the economic situation, or the challenges for fishers, for example, the compliance with fisheries regulation, cost saving, price formation, something like this. And also consumer can cooperate for that with appropriate resource management. Maybe MSC will be a good tool to find the good appropriate resource management fish. By seasonal fish, local fish, cheap fish. For example, in Japan, sometimes big catch of herring here. The price is very low. It's very good, delicious, and so we can eat by sashimi, but the consumer don't buy so much. So if the consumer can buy more higher price, the fish business, it will help the fish business continuity. In conclusion, to estimate a blue economy, to establish a blue economy in the field of capture fishery, we have to consider biological and economic aspects. The balance and combination of them will be the key to the sustainable fisheries. So at the last, I will introduce two equations. One is the Russell's equation. It is the basis of the population dynamics. Biomass increase is calculated by recruit growth minus natural mortality minus yield. But we cannot change recruit. We cannot change growth of the natural fish, wild fish. We cannot change the natural mortality. Only way to increase biomass is to decrease yield. However, for the fishing as a business, fisher business is not based on the weight of the fish. It's based on the income. So income is calculated from the unit price, yield minus cost. And maybe yield is limited from the first equation, but we can change the unit price and we can change the cost. So the combination of the both equation makes the solution for the blue economics. It's not for SDGs goal 14, but many SDGs, and we can solve this problem with the partnership of the goal. Fortunately, Hokkaido University has an experience to contribute to the SDGs, and in the Times Higher Education Impact Rank, Hokkaido University got the number 10 in the world and number 1 in Japan. So please don't hesitate to contact Hokkaido University, contact us to collaborate each other for establishing the blue economy in the field of the capture fishery. And please come to Hokkaido to eat the real sushi, the most delicious sushi in Japan, in the world. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. ありがとうございました。
Terima kasih to Professor Matsuichi. Unfortunately, not many people in Indonesia eat raw fish. We are not getting used with what you call it, sushi. But it looks like very tasty. Thank you again for your presentations. We have already one question to you, but let we wait until the second presentations. Herewith, I would like to introduce to all of the participants Professor Pandey Gede Tasmita Julian Toro. He is affiliated from University of Udayana, Bali, Indonesia. He graduated from Faculty of Biology, Institute Technology Bandung, and completed his PhD study in University of Ghent, Belgium. He is now senior lecturer in Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science of University of Udayana, Bali. He is in the Department of Aquaculture, exactly, and his topic, his interesting topic this morning is about quorum sensing. This is the breakthrough uh, to prevent us with the disease commonly in aquaculture. So please, Professor Pandey, uh, start your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dewa, for the time. So I'd like to share my screen first. I hope my voice is clearly enough, everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Please continue.
Okay, thank you, Dewas moderator, honorable keynote speaker, Professor Mitsuishi, and other keynote speaker, and distinguished participant, all of the committee member of this third international conference in Fisheries and Marine Research 2022. So it's a kind of great honor for me to attend this conference and meet all of you, even by online. So good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to express my deep condolence for all the victims of Kanjuruhan tragedy a few days ago. So may all of them rest in peace. Okay. Today I would like to present part of my research about quorum sensing. So it will be a compilation of some research in this area. So it entitled Quorum Sensing Disruption for Sustainable Disease Prevention in Aquaculture. Of course, this method is not only the only one method for disease prevention in aquaculture, but still this is the new kind of how to prevent bacterial disease in aquaculture. So it's still being developed in many areas of aquaculture. My name, let me introduce myself. My name is Pandey Desa Smita. I'm from Department of Aquatic Resource Management, actually in Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries, Udayana University, Bali Province. Okay, this slide talking about the general things of aquaculture. Maybe all of you already knew what is aquaculture. It's activities, all form of culture, aquatic animal and plants such as fish, shrimp, mollusks, seaweed, and also for general trading of ornamental fishes. We know that kind of business. And we realize that aquaculture production is really needed to fill the gap between supply and demand of aquatic protein source. So in this graph, maybe it's similar with what Professor Mitsuishi said, like this aquaculture production is on increasing and is needed to meet the supply as the stagnant production of captured fisheries. As Professor Mitsuishi said, even it declined already in recent years. And this aquaculture production is hopefully will meet like around 50% of total fish production of the world, as stated by the World Bank in Fish 2030. However, some problem we face for our aquaculture production, especially the bacterial diseases. Of course, it's not only a problem in aquaculture. We have viral diseases and also fungi diseases, but in this opportunity, I would like to focus on the bacterial disease problem, such as the fibriosis disease in shrimp farming. We know that mainly caused by herpei, clade fibrios like Fibrio herpei and Fibrio cambiae. and it's always contribute on the huge losses of aquaculture industry. So we lose uh, much of amount of money because of this diseases. Yeah, this is the one illustration of shrimp affected by fibrosis and the mass mortality caused by this fibrosis disease. The conventional solution that applied in the aquaculture, shrimp aquaculture or fish aquaculture is by using either single or combination of antibiotics. We know these antibiotics will have strong or pose a strong pressure to the bacterial cell. It will be inhibit the cell wall synthesis. It's also inhibit the protein synthesis of the bacterial cell, inhibit the nucleic acid replication and also transcription. And then it's also lead to the injury the plasma membrane and inhibition of synthesis of essential metabolite of this bacteria. We know that the microorganisms, such as bacteria, they really are a smart microorganism. So they will develop themselves to resistant to this antibiotic exposed, like superbug in the movie we saw that. And this conventional solution, why the farmer use this, yeah, it's not all of the farmer, but we know the problem of antibiotic, because sometimes it is the only option that the farmer have, because if we let the disease already outbreak there, so we will lose huge of money. And then because the problem is because there are large variation of on the use of antibiotic between countries. So we know that for the similar antibiotic, they have huge amount dose and sometimes small amount dose. We don't know exactly the dose that we have, but we need to apply in our pond. And this problem used in some country which has non-strict regulation or strict enforcement on the using of antibiotic. So it's led to the multiple resistant antibiotic, multiple resistant bacterial strain. And some of those resistant bacteria already listed by our colleagues from Penn University, Professor Tom Report 2011. And recently, it seemed like the antibiotic treatment become less effective because the increased concern of the environmental and also the human health. So because of this antibiotic residue has the negative impact to the environment and also to the human health, and especially because the possibility of the transfer of resistant genes to the human microbiota from this aquatic microorganism. So it's really need to be aware and consider how we avoid or take the minimum risk of using antibiotic. So that's the novel biocontrol strategies are really urgently needed. Now we move to the term of quorum sensing. What is quorum sensing? If we go to the word, quorum is the ones that's agree for a certain group, something like that, and sensing. The quorum sensing term used to represent the bacterial cell-to-cell communication. This mechanism in which is the regulatory mechanism in which bacteria coordinate the certain genes to respond on the presence of small signal molecule produced by other bacteria or down cell that we call autoinducer, AI. We will go to that term after this. This Vibrio harvia is one of the bacterial strain that already well known or well developed studies in terms of quorum sensing study. And so far, it now already that this bacteria has 3-channel quorum sensing system. So I would like to give you a brief description what is the quorum sensing system in a simple way, I hope. This 3-channel quorum sensing has 3 kind of autoinducer, the signal molecule, the small signal molecules. The first is HERVI autoinducer 1, HAI1, that produced by Lux and protein and respond by the Lux and protein in bacterial cell. The second autoinducer is AI2, autoinducer 2, that produced by the Lux as protein and achieve or respond by Lux Q protein through Lux P periplasmic protein. And the third was is cholera autoinducer 1 that produced by QSA protein and respond by CQSS protein. So these 3 quorum signal will feed and serve a kind of phosphorylation and dephosphorylation transduction cascade to activate the regulator protein Lux R in bacterial cell and then promote certain target genes. So that's kind of theoretical things about this quorum sensing signal system in Vibrio harvii. So we have also that bacteria that use only a single channel quorum sensing system, such as HLL. HLL is acyl homoserine lactone. It's similar with HAI1 in Vibrio harvii. And this kind of quorum signal system is found in various aquaculture pathogen. Aeromonas hydrophila, Aeromonas salmonicida, Edwardsiella tarda, or Yersinia ruceri. In this study conducted by our colleague Natra, 2012, proved that this signal molecule have a role on the virulence of Aeromonas hydrophila. We saw in this graph, this is the first bar is the control, so without any additional of bacteria, pathogenic bacteria. This is the WT is the wild type of Aeromonas hydrophila, and this is the mutant that didn't have any acyl homoserine lactone. And this when in this mutant we add commercial product of acyl homoserine lactone, basically the signal molecule of quorum sensing. So toward the this organism, the burbot larvae, Lota, the wild type 1 who has those signal molecule significantly decrease the survival of the larvae. And when the mutant, so the signal is removed from the bacterial, the pathogen bacteria, so it is still have a good survival. And then when we add again of HL or this signal molecule, they resulted in a decreased survival rate of the burbot larvae. So this means that those signal molecule, the AHL, acyl homoserine lactone, are really important, plays a role in the virulence of Aeromonas hydrophila toward burbot larvae. So that's one example of AHL bacteria. They have one channel of quorum sensing system. Now we move to the multi-channel quorum sensing system, commonly in Fibrios. It's already well documented in Vibrio algineuticus, Anguillarum, Campbelli, or Harvii, Stionteri, Mimicus, Parahemolyticus, that we know this kind of this strain or this species now resulted on the ATPND disease, acute an acute hepatopancreatic necrosis disease in our shrimp larvae. So it's commonly called as early mortality syndrome. Also in Vibrio salmonicida, Vibrio scotum, and Vibrio vulnificus. So this multi-channel quorum sensing system we tested in Vibrio harvey toward some model organism. We will move to. So the impact of quorum sensing signal on the virulence of Vibrio harvey, we tried in test system using Artemia franciscana as model organism models. So we grow Artemia in a notobiotic system, mean that free bacteria on this kind of system. So it will have no bias result from that can be caused by natural microbiota if we didn't use this kind of system for this experiment. So in this brine shrimp or Artemia franciscana, this Vibrio harvey, who has multi-channel quorum sensing system, we in the first bar it show the control organism. So it means no additional of pathogenic bacteria, no additional of Vibrio. This is we use a wild type Vibrio who has the third quorum sensing molecules, and this is the mutant. This is the mutant of HA1. So it means that this strain is unable to express the HI1. So they don't have this kind of signal molecule. So they only have the AI2 and CAI1. Also, this AI2 means that this strain it don't have any AI2, but this strain still have HI1 and CI1, something like that, the mutant. Yeah, from the result of this study, we knew that this not all of the signal molecule plays a role in virulence of Vibrio harvey toward brine shrimp larvae toward Artemia. Yeah? Only this kind of signal molecule, the second and third one, the AI2 and CI1, was involved on the virulence of Vibrio harvey and led to decrease of shrimp brine shrimp survival. So now we will move to other model organism, to the giant river prawn larvae, Brachium rosenbergi. So it is actually my own research. We use the larvae of the giant freshwater prawn, Macrobrachium rosenbergi. We know that this is freshwater prawn, but the larvae should live in brackish water. So means we need to put them in water with salinity, 6 to 12 ppt salinity. In this case, we challenge them with Vibrio harvey, similar method with previous with Artemia. In the control, we still have high survival, but in double the wild type strain, it significantly decreased the survivals. Mean the one who has bacteria who has all those three signal molecule, I can reduce the survival of the prawn larvae. But here, interestingly, we found that only this signal molecule, the HI1 and AI2, plays a significant role to decrease the survival of this prawn larvae. So this is a kind of we need to consider why it's different between Macrobrachium larvae and Artemia larvae. So Then we explore some more experiment to figure it out, this phenomenon. So exactly the three signal molecule has a different impact on different hosts, something like that, the conclusion. So if we want to degrade or inhibit or disrupt this quorum sensing system, we have to really know which kind of signal molecule that used by those bacteria on their virulence to the host that we have, something like that. So different hosts might be also has different impact. It's also because the environment, the salinity is different at that time. Also, the pH of the environment is different because this kind of signal molecule is sensitive to pH, something like that. So this is the impact of QS on the virulence of Vibrio harvii to brine shrimp, toward brine shrimp, and giant freshwater prawn larvae. So some studies already done with several organism model, mostly in larvae culture stage, brine shrimp rotivore, the mussel larvae, sea bass larvae, Panami larvae, and also what I did in Macrobrachium larvae. So next we will, I will give you a brief description about the phenotype that regulated by this quorum sensing system. Yeah. First, it's always used as the readout of the virulence on Vibrio harvii, the bioluminescent, that the ability of this bacteria to produce kind of light. So this always we can read as the quorum sensing regulated phenotypes in bacteria. So we have kind of this bioluminescent. It's mean that quorum sensing system work in this bacteria, something like that. The picture from, I think it's from Professor Basler in US. And another one is motility of the bacteria. Motility is such as swarming or swimming motility in the liquid environment. So this is the ability to move in aquatic environment, something like that. So when a quorum sensing phenotype is there, it will be positively regulated the ability of the how to say the bacteria on their motility movement. Yeah. So it is driven by flagellum of the Vibrio harvii. We know that this bacteria has flagella, and this is enable bacteria to colonize the host. So it will found the host in how to say the liquid environment. So the motility will be increased because of the quorum sensing system. Now, this is the in vitro work college in Penn University at that time. But there are also the phenotype that negatively regulated by quorum sensing system. So it's still being developed and being explored for all virulent factor. That's one study that listed which one of the virulent factor of Vibrio harvii that positively regulated by quorum sensing, such as metalloprotease production and also flagellar motility, but also in the same time, maybe it's negatively regulated of hyphae secretion system, the siderophore, phospholipase, cytinase, maybe other virulent factor we can check later on to have more whole information about quorum sensing on their impact on the virulent factor of pathogenic bacteria. So now we move to the strategy to inhibit those kind of quorum sensing system. There are several strategies already developed to inhibit this quorum sensing system, but I took one from my colleague, Professor Tom Report 2004, that strategies we can inhibit the signal recognition on the cell surface, something like this. And also we can inhibit the signal transduction process inside the cell. So it could be done by quorum sensing inhibitors. We call it quorum sensing inhibitors. The other strategy is to degrade the signal molecule. So it will be degraded, so the protein cannot recognize the signal to activate the LuxR regulator protein. So it already perform using the HL degrading bacteria. Let's see one by one these strategies. For QS inhibitors, this is actually also my own research. We use a kind of compound, quorum sensing inhibitors compound, such as cinnamaldehyde, derived from a cinnamon plant, something the product of cinnamon plant, cinnamaldehyde, and also we have furanon from the red algae, Delcia purpurea, and also the derivative product of furanon that we call thiopen. Yeah. So those three compound was proved to inhibit the quorum sensing system in Vibrio hervae. So because they can decrease the DNA binding activity of the master regulator protein LuxR in Vibrio hervae. So this regulator is unactivated by this inhibitor, and we found no effect on the bacterial growth. So the bacteria still grow well, but it cannot pose the virulence, something like that. So also because the virulence is decreased, therefore the survival of challenge animal was increased in our experiment. So that's about the quorum sensing inhibitor. Now we move to the HL degrading bacteria who degrade the signal molecule of pathogenic bacteria. Commonly, this HL degrading bacteria is called. There are two major types of enzyme, because in enzymatic mechanism, the one we call a lactonase enzyme that will be cleave the lacton ring of acyl homosenolactone. So that's the degradation mechanism of this lactonase. And also this lactonase produced mostly by Vibrio, Bacillus bacteria. And another one is acylase enzyme that produced by Pseudomonas. It will be cleave the acyl homosenolactone, become homosenolactone and fatty acid, something like this description. Okay. So we isolated those bacteria, the HL degraded bacteria, from microalgae culture. So maybe you also can isolate them from every system of aquaculture facilities, but at that time I isolated them from microalgal culture. We found Bacillus from Cathosaurus mulleri, and we did the assay with agar diffusion method using Chromobacterium violacum CP026 as a bioreporter strain. So it will be reported by this strain of Violacum CP026 by producing purple color if they detect AHL, something like that. So when we do this as assay, so the control is it's mean like this bacteria still have HL, so it detected by Chromobacterium violaceum, but after 48 hours, this addition of bacillus can how to say degrade all the HL. So it could be one potential strategy to disrupt or degrade the quorum sensing system in pathogenic bacteria. So
Sorry, Professor Panda, your time is
Yeah.
limited. Could you
Yeah,
speak not more than 3 minutes, please?
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Doctor. Yeah. So yeah, we already proved that these HL degraded bacteria have a good impact or good influence to improve or to decrease the quorum sensing system in fibrio HRVI, and also have a good significant impact on survival challenge front lab. So for the complex question is that's kind of QS disrupting compound. We have QS inhibitor and AHL degrader, and it possibly to apply it in marine larvae culture, improve survival rate, and also not affect an animal growth. So it is a kind of sustainable way, but it's still being developed. So we still on explore it, ongoing effort with this kind of method. This is our recent published paper regarding to quorum sensing things. So thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you. I return to Dr. Dewan. Thank you.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Thank you again to Professor Pandey for your very interesting presentations. I hope this could be later a breakthrough of our, what we call it, in avoiding disease outbreak in our aquaculture. So fish production can be boosted even more than what we expect from now. But in the chat sessions, we have 2 questions already. I will invite one of the questions to pose to explain in short about what we want to ask or what they want to ask. But first, we would like to what you call it to pose the questions to Professor Matswisi. Do you read already the questions? I would like to invite Dr. Walter, if you have time to explain again your questions, please.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. So, thank you very much for the various questions. As far as I know, I have already 1, 2, 3, 4 questions, right?
Yeah.
And the first question is from Arifa, Dr. Arifa, is there any international practical standard and procedure for avoiding overfishing? Yes, we have. We can calculate the MSY level or similar reference points. We call biological reference point or BLP, and then upper limit of the catch or the fishing effort. Some of the BRPs are very internationally widely used and recognized as a valid reference point. From the data availability, so we can use this. Some of the biological reference points is not available, and anyway, so we can calculate the international standard biological reference point by using the some application like FISAT or something like this. So is it okay? second question can be from Ridianto, Dr. Ridianto. Thank you very much for your question. Why do you just consider biological and economic aspect for the and why do you neglect the local people, local population, or the local wise? So thank you very much for the question. And I'm sorry I didn't mention about the local population or local wise. I know the local population and local wise is very important. To make a good fisheries management scheme, only the top-down governmental management is not enough. So we have to combine the top-down control and local wisdom. And especially in Japan, so we have a systematic scheme to include the local knowledge or local voluntary fishery management measures to include the fisheries management measures. For example, the spawning grounds or the spawning season can be known as a local wise, but the government sometimes don't know the exact situation. So this kind of information, local information, is very important. I agreed for that. Thank you. And third question is from Dita. The trend of decreasing the number of fishes is seems to happen everywhere. As a researcher, in your opinion, what can be done to overcome this problem? Thank you very much for the question. I think the point will be the balance of the income and quality of the work. I think we have to pay more for the labor for risky and more hard, dirty work or something like this. Actually, in Japan, the number of labor in the field of forestry is increasing in this 2 or 3 years very much. And young lady labor are recruited to the forestry field. That's because, firstly, the price of the wood. Globally, the wood price become higher. And before the pandemic, the Japanese wood is rather expensive comparing to the imported wood. So the demand is limited. But during the pandemic, because the global wood price become higher, so many demands happened in the Japanese local forestry. And the second point is that by using the heavy machine, so the heavy machine works very hard and risky work, and the lady can operate the machine. That's why the many young labor become forestry labor, and I think the fishery can learn a lot from the forestry. Maybe the fourth question from Walter Balancer. Thank you very much for the question. The idea of asking fishermen to not working so hard in the sea is fabulous. The problem is if they don't have enough to eat because of their limited income, the collusion become human need to eat and preserve the biodiversity is colliding here. What's the solution? Yes, that's a problem. And however, the situation is well researched. The situation is that even the fisher know that it makes the overfishing. Each fisher cannot stop fishing because they need more income. So this situation is called the tragedy of commons. It's well-known problem in the field of game theory or the economics. to avoid this situation, some solution is there. The first one is to grouping the stakeholder. So if the fisher makes a fisherman's group or the fisherman's a kind of company, so they can and the group can use a stock or the fishing ground. So they can consider as a group, and they can optimize how to use a stock as a group, so that they can avoid the competition. And also the sometimes government can give the right, exclusive right, to use this specific fishing ground. So in this case, the fishers can possess the fishing ground or the stock, so they can tries to use wise use or the smart use or the sustainable use of their stock, so they don't need to compete to any other fishers. That can be the solution. As far as I know, that's all I received the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Matsuyoshi. So, Professor Pandey, I would move to you. There are also already 3 questions, but you don't talk about that. It's about the, what do you call it, marine spawns as the anti-current sensing, microalga, and what do you call it, to maintain your culture media optimally. So, can you give your answer on this?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Dewa. The first question from Walter Balanza, it's very excellent question from you. Thank you. Marine spawn is one of the sources for antibacterial current changing, so far I know. And for me myself, I still haven't tried yet with the marine spawns, but some of my colleagues already started to explore the potential of marine spawn as anti-current sensing system. So I think it will be what to say, well-developed strategy for aqua anti-current sensing system. Then you also, what is the possibility of doing this kind of research in your laboratory? This is interesting question. Yeah, of course, we're still exploring like how the status on antibiotic use, something like that, and also we try to figure it out that any resistant bacteria in the surrounding water of Bali, something like that. And at that time, we also isolate some HL degrader from some places, facilities in Bali. So we're still ongoing to develop this, but it's really possible to explore in our laboratory in Udayana. We have equipment for this. Yeah, thank you, Walter Bansar. Nice, very nice question. And the second one is from Rudianto. Why do you not consider to restore the water? Of course, if we consider the whole of disease problem, it will be affected by 3 things, like the host, the environment, and also the pathogen, the bacteria itself. So in this term, I focus on the host and the bacteria. So also we need it for sure. We need to consider our environment things in our culture. So that's also maybe become the holistic solution for disease problem in our culture. Thank you, Pak Rudianto. And the question from Dr. Inca Ayu. Ya, selamat pagi Mbak Ayu. I know she's the one that intensively studying this quorum sensing system for aquaculture. Yeah, for the macroalgae, how to know that macroalgae is inhibit our the QS signal of Vibrio bacteria. First, we need to know exactly what the mechanism, mode of action. So it will be showing by in vitro work first, that what kind of metabolite produced by those microalgae, and then we will challenge with the pathogenic bacteria. So that one step, and then for further step, it could be using small in vivo work. So as I say that the bioluminescent will useful as a read out method for quorum sensing mechanism in bacteria. So if you have decreasing bioluminescent, then your microalgae is also working to decrease the quorum sensing system, something like that. We will have a interaction maybe Mbak Ayu with this kind of experiment. And one of them is Pakudin. Yeah, I know he's one of my students from Udayana University, and now he's continuing Brawijaya University. Selamat pagi Ilham. So are the compound, yeah, for example, to use as quorum sensitive for environment and other organism in aquaculture system? Yes, we proved that this compound, especially thiopenol, has a small dose and also more safe compared to the furanol. We already proved in this stage when we conducted the experiment using Artemia larvae to as a representative task. So of course we need to improve or proving them in the real field of aquaculture. Yeah, thank you for your question, Ilham. Have a good day for everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Pak Dewo.
Okay. Finally, I think I will not conclude from both presentations, but I can say that first about fisheries. We can take it, but not deplete, but do not deplete the stock from Professor Matsuishi. The second sentence I would say is that aquaculture is to replace or to compensate production from fisheries as long as without using antibiotic anymore to prevent the disease. That's the main point I can say from two presentations. Sorry, we cannot accommodate questions more because we need to the time is up and we need to go to the breakout session. But before that, I would like to say thank you very much for your presentation, Professor Matsuishi and Professor Pandey. See you again.
See you.
Yeah. Terima kasih.
Yeah.
The time.
See you, Professor Mitsuishi.
Yeah.
Arigatou gozaimashita. Thank you very much.
Okay, this is from Ghent to Japan. From Belgium. Okay. By now, I would like to give this time to the committee. Thank you.
Thanks to Dr. Gede Rakawianya and the speakers.
Now we are going to parallel session. We already provided breakout rooms.
The first breakout room, aquaculture. Here are the participants who entered the aquaculture room. AQ underscore Sri Andayani, AQ underscore Aida Sartimbu, AQ underscore Shiva Wismayanti Adewiya, AQ underscore Aulia Rahmawati, AQ underscore Anik Martina Haryati, AQ underscore Elizabeth Peirani, AQ underscore Zulfadli, AQ underscore Dini Islama, and AQ underscore Budianto. To all the participants who enter the aquaculture room, please rename your display name to AQ underscore full name.
And the second breakout room for capture fisheries. Here are the participants who enter the capture fisheries from once again the second breakout room for capture fisheries. Capture fisheries. Here are the participants who enter the capture fisheries room is to all the participants who enter the capture fisheries room, please rename your display name to CF underscore full name.
Once again, the participants who enter the aquaculture room are AQ underscore Sri Andayani, AQ underscore Aida Satimbu, AQ underscore Shiva Wismayanti Adelia, AQ underscore Aulia Rahmawati, AQ underscore Anik Martina Haryati, AQ underscore Elizabeth Tirani, AQ underscore Zulfadli, AQ underscore Dini Islama, and AQ underscore Budianto. To all the participants who entered the aquaculture room, please rename your display name to AQ underscore full name.
And the second breakout room for capture fisheries. To all the participants who enter the capture fisheries room, please rename your display name to GF underscore full name.
The third breakout room for socioeconomy. To all the participants who enter the social economy room, please rename your display name to SE underscore full name.
And the fourth breakout room for Marine Science 1. To all the participants who enter the Marine Science 1, please rename your display name to MS underscore full name.
The sixth breakout room for fishery. The fifth breakout room for Marine Science 2. To all the participants who enter the Marine Science 2 room, please rename your display name to MS2 underscore full name.
And the sixth breakout room for Fisheries Agribusiness. To all the participants who enter the Fisheries Agribusiness room, please rename your display name to FA underscore full name. The second breakout room for Capture Fisheries. Here are the participants who enter the Capture Fisheries room is CF underscore Abdul Muiz Prasetya, CF underscore Muhammad Akmal Fauzi, CF underscore Masayu Rahmia Anwar Putri, CF underscore Arif Setianto, CF underscore Irham Huspa Hasahatan Siregar, CF underscore Fianta Mandalika, CF underscore Muhammad Arif Rahman, CF underscore Muhammad Maskur, CF underscore Nur Fadli, CF underscore Daduk Setio Hadi, CF underscore Citra Satra Utama Dewi, CF underscore Hovifah Latifatul Fajriah, CF underscore Cindy Christine Mudeng, CF underscore Gatut Bintoro, CF underscore Lediane Ika Harian, CF underscore Waru, CF underscore Tamrin Toha, CF underscore Sunardi, and CF Oktavina Mashkurul Iza.
The third breakout room for Fisheries Biotechnology. Here are the participants who entered the Fisheries Biotechnology room. They are FB underscore Anis Shamida, FB underscore Nur R. Adawiya Mahmud, FB underscore ID Suprayitno, FB underscore Haider Jamaluddin, FB underscore Jenny Ernawati Tambunan, FB underscore Hartati Katikaninti, FB underscore Happy Nursyam, FB underscore Tutik Setyaninti, FB underscore Tutik Setyaninti, FB underscore Nur Istiatna, FB underscore Bambang Rianto, FB underscore Titik Bisulistiati, FB underscore Rahmi Nurdiani, FB underscore Uun Yanuhar, FB underscore Sheila Maharani Rindukinanti, FB underscore Muhammad Diki Rahmatullah, FB underscore Cindy Maria Bancin, FB underscore Rara Amirea Aswiantoro, and FB underscore Abdul Aziz Laziri. To all the participants who entered the Fisheries Biotechnology room, please rename your display name to FB underscore full name.
And the fourth breakout room for Marine Science 1. Here are the participants who entered the Marine Science 1 room is MS1 underscore Mujianto, MS1 underscore Inyoman Yoga Prawangsa, MS1 underscore Nanin Anggraini, MS1 underscore Mahatma Lanuru, MS1 underscore Ahmad Farid Nugroho, MS1 underscore Rudianto, MS1 underscore Aida Sartimbul, MS1 underscore Suhartati Muhammad Natsir, MS1 underscore Heni Irawati, MS1 underscore Fahreza Okta Setiawan, MS1 underscore Bambang Sumedi, MS1 underscore M Arif Jainul Fuad, MS1 underscore Martin Max. I'm so sorry. To all the participants who entered the Marine Science 1 room, please rename your display name to MS1 underscore full name.
The fifth breakout room for Marine Science 2. Here are the participants who entered the Marine Science 2 room are MS2 underscore Martin Max, MS2 underscore Walter Balansa, MS2 underscore Muhammad Rizky Ramadan, MS2 underscore Muhammad Faki Ahkam, MS2 underscore Bambang Semedi, MS2 underscore Mega Amelia, MS2 underscore Feni Irawati, MS2 underscore Eda Mora, MS2 underscore Lutfi Nimatu Salama, MS2 underscore Nurin Hidayati, MS2 underscore Elmin Yuliana Mati, MS2 underscore Citra Satria Utama Dewi, MS2 underscore Fandi Widyantoro. To all the participants who entered the Marine Science 2 room, please rename your display name to MS2 underscore full name.
And the last, at least, the sixth breakout room, Fishery Agribusiness. Here are the participants who entered the Fisheries Agribusiness room is FA underscore Adrayanti Sabar, FA underscore Kartini Harhap, FA underscore Dita Agustian, FA underscore Mariana Sari, FA underscore Mukhoriah, FA underscore Sukosa, FA Muhammad underscore Muhammad Hajid Kulubi, and FA underscore Puji Purwanti. To all the participants who entered the Fishery Agribusiness room, please rename your display name to FA underscore full name.
To all the participants, please enter the breakout room by click icon of breakout room and come back to main room on 12 p.m.
To breakout room Fishery Agribusiness, there is FA underscore Tianur Ma'arifat, FA underscore Nudin Harahap, FA underscore Edi Susilo, FA underscore Indah Royhah Janati, FA underscore Harsukol Riniwati, FA underscore Ilham Misbakudin Al Zamzami, FA underscore Harsuka Riniwati.
Once again, to all the participants, please enter the breakout room by click icon of breakout room and come back to main room on 12 p.m. Thank you.
We reminder again to all the participants to join breakout room. We already provided breakout rooms.
The first breakout room is aquaculture.
The second breakout room for capture fisheries.
The third breakout room is for Fisheries Biotechnology.
The fourth breakout room is Marine Science 1,
The fifth breakout room for Marine Science 2.
and the sixth breakout room for Fisheries Agribusiness.
Okay, thank you very much, MC. I'm Adi Mindago as moderator in this session. Today we have two invited speakers. First is Professor Sukoso from Universitas Brawijaya. And the second is Dr. Tien Det Pham from Macquarie University, Australia. Prof. Sukoso, are you in the Zoom?
Yes, I am now in
Okay.
Zoom. I'm
Thank
ready
you.
now.
Okay,
Okay.
how are you, Prof. Sukoso?
Alhamdulillah, I'm fine.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you joining us in this session. Next, we have Tien Det Pham, Dr. Tien Det Pham. Are you in the Zoom?
Yes,
Okay, how are you, Dr. Tien Det Pham?
I'm good.
Okay, how is the weather in Australia? Okay, before we start our discussion, first I will invite Dr. Sukoso. I will introduce Prof. Sukoso. Professor Insinyur Sukoso, MSc PhD, is a lecturer from Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, Universitas Brawijaya. His research interests in biotechnology. He got PhD in applied science of marine resources from Kagoshima University, Japan. He graduated from Kagoshima University also in Japan for his master degree and bachelor degree from Universitas Brawijaya. He also founder of Halalan Tayyiban Center in Universitas Brawijaya. He will deliver his presentation with the title Okay, Prof. Sukoso, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. But any operator to show my slide?
Okay,
Please help me. Okay.
okay. Please, operator, show the Prof. Sukoso presentation. Okay, Prof. Sukoso, time is yours.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Ade Amidago. That's my title of optimization of fishery product processing as an implementation of the blue economy. Yeah, of course, because it's stressing on the fisheries product processing because it is my background in the fisheries product processing and how to implement the blue economy is now we more news or maybe talking some discussion about the potential as the new source for increasing the activity economy in Indonesia. Well, the next slide, please. So the background of history blue economy in Indonesia start with the Juanda Declaration. It's a very monumental, and also it is the basic standard for understanding why we talk about the blue economy. The Ministry of Indonesia, Juanda Kartawijaya, was declaring to the world that the Indonesian seas were to become one unitary territory of the Republic of Indonesia, including the seas around, between, and within the Indonesian archipelago. So in this case, based on this declaration, the Indonesia also state about the constitution. The number is number 4 in 1960, that Indonesian water sovereign territory around more than 5 million square kilometers. And again, for the to strengthen the position of Indonesia as a archipelagic countries, United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, we call it UNCLOS, in 1982 as the basic also for understanding why we talk about the potential issues on blue economy. While others say the Constitution of Indonesia in law number 17 declared in 1985 concerning the ratification of UNCLOS in 1982 that Indonesia is an archipelagic country. And it is also the monumental statement of our president in that time, President Abdurrahman Wahid, in 1999, declared that 13th December as a Nusantara Day. So now we always celebrate that and also discussing deeply the understanding of this history. Yeah, why we have so the area of seas water of Indonesia, covering with the chronology from the Juanda Declaration until the President Abdurrahman Wahid state about to declare the Nusantara Day. Then again, the next president, that is the Ibu Megawati, also state about the concerning Archipelago Day in 13th December is officially a national celebration day. Well, if we talk about the blue economy development framework, it is a mandate by Indonesian National Long-Term Development Plan. We call it PGPN 2005 until 2025. So we are now in 2022. Then we have 3 years next to how to implement this content of the blue economy, optimizing the potential resources of the marine. Especially in this case, I stress on fish product processing technology. In particular, realizing in Indonesia as a sovereign, advanced, and resilient archipelagic country through the implementation of sustainable development. And it's also stated in the Indonesian National Medium-Term Development Plan in 2020 until 2024, which emphasizes the importance of good marine management to achieve the sustainable development agenda. Okay, next slide, please. Well, what is the problem when we talk about that we have the potential resources? Of course, the marine and natural resources and supporting factor for providing sources of raw material for processed fishery product. It is the one key point that we are now stressing on talking about my presentation today. And other one is the capability of our human resources, like business actor, especially in micro and small business actors, because it covers very large human resources to act as the activity for the economic activity in our country. So as a largest population in community economic activity, of course, related to understanding of regulation, especially the regulation, yeah, quality standards, and again, this is the last policy and also regulation be published by Indonesian government about the halal product produced. So in the supporting regulation for policies that have not been truly socialized in the system chain that guarantees the fulfillment of quality standard, like how to prepare the product be safe and healthy and halal across institutions. Yeah, we know that the law concerning the halal product formally it start from 2014 and it must be implemented start from 2019. So it is a new regulation that all the people must understand, especially for business operator or business actors must understand. Some of the article that I will get in this presentation will be explained in our presentation today. So the role of institution in supply chain of the fisheries industry in supporting the growth and development of micro and small business. Okay, again, I give you understanding because the micro and small businesses so many problem, lack of the understanding of the regulation and also low the capacity to understand about the regulation. Also related how to have to produce the good product with high quality, and the synergy among policy making institutions in achieving the policy of optimizing the implementation of the blue economy in the field of processed fisheries products. Okay, next slide, please. So the in this presentation I show you that how the so big the presentation of small enterprises, micro and small enterprises is the for the micro enterprises, yeah, it's around 98% of the economic activity dominated by the small micro enterprises in Indonesia. Also, the activity in the fisheries processing product be dominated for the activity in the micro and small enterprises. And it is as a foundation that it's covering around for micro, it is 60 million, yeah, more than 60 million unit have the activity to implement the economic rule in our country. Next slide, please. In this case, you know, if we talk about the micro small enterprises, we call as UMKM, usaha mikro kecil menengah. The lack is the how the capability to use the digital technology, and other one is here is they have a capability to absorb the workers to work formally or informally in the activity for Indonesian economic activity. Okay, next slide, please. So again, I in this presentation, I show you, of course, we have some of potential resources like Indonesian Sea Area, as I mentioned before, based on the Juanda Declaration and also the UNCLOS dan sebagainya. And another one is the role of processing technology. The lack, especially for the small, medium, micro, small, medium enterprises is how to understand the improving the technology and supporting ecosystem potential, especially for preparing the raw material to support the activity for fishery processing. And other one is natural resources as potential. We have, I think we have the data here that 60%, 6% of all coral reef species and 37% of all world coral reef fish species. It's that is in Indonesia, and we have also 2.5 million households directly involved in the Indonesian maritime industry, and 54% of Indonesian people's animal protein source come from fish and seafood. And it is, of course, the development of fish eating consumption level. Until now, average in national level for consumption of fish as a nutrition source of our population. Yeah, it take around 60 kilogram per capita per year. Okay, next slide, please. So I think other one is we are I think some of some of the attendants now quite familiar with some of strategy like triple hack strategy, how we are as academicians working together with businessmen and government, how to make synchronizing between the research and then to implement in the field, and giving the contribution to improve the technology to understanding to the business actor. In other one, improving again with the pentahelix strategy. And of course, it is also include the academician from the universities, businessmen, government, community, and media. And the other strategy is the business world and the industrial world. We call is maybe quite familiar now with talking about the DUDI, dunia usaha dan dunia industri, as a place for internship, competency, certification test, and recruitment of graduates. So we hope that some of strategy, it is of course it is for supporting how the important the synergy among all the the institution. And again, we also now start with freedom to learn independent campus strategy, giving the 40% student have a free to get the cross our learning something outside from the study program. And in terms of the development for the economic activity, we also have the zoning development strategy, economic development zone, and it is for a simple way how to make everything be simple in the process for applying like certification, maybe halal certification with one single submission. And the last one is the halal certification policy. It is also the one newest, because before the halal certification due by the NGOs, and now government have a role based on the law 2014. Okay, next slide, please. Well, it is my concern, because the first, maybe the first, of course, I hope that you, it is a kind of socialization, that the start of understanding the halal is in 1988. This is from Dr. Tri Susanto from University of Brawijaya. In that time, published some research identified in food and beverage that contain derivatives of product from fish, like such as gelatin, lard, emulsifier, and so on. And it's a very trouble, making the 20 until 30% of seal product, national seal product decrease. So in that time, the government of Indonesia invited the NGO, that is Majelis Ulama Indonesia, because I think the majority of Indonesia, so I give the stressing that Majelis Ulama Indonesia is NGO, it is not a part of the government. So therefore, the government of Indonesia in that time to solve that problem in 1988 invited MUI, yeah, and then establishing the Institute for Halal Food and Drug, we call as LPPOM MUI. And the status for halal certification is voluntary. Start from 1989 and until 2019 is formally 17 October 2019. The government of Indonesia under the Ministry of Religious Affairs, that is the halal certification body, we call as Badan Penyelenggara Jaminan Produk Halal, have authority to give the halal certification as the halal certification body under the government of Indonesia. Okay, next slide, please. Hello. Yeah. So in this case, if we talk about the halal product, why I'm stressing the halal? Because if we talk about the fish, all of you will understand that fish is the classified B as the positive list on halal product. It is a kind of the, of course, fish is halal, but when the fish processing to other product, it must be implementing the halal certification, because the end product must be audit using the traceability from the raw material. Of course, it is the fish as the halal product, and then other additives materials, yeah, be as a part of the component for the production. So here I give you the understanding how that we have the halal regulation, something like law number 33, and then also the newest is law number 11, 2020, and some of government and ministerial religious regulation to give us a policy to implement how the halal certification must be implemented in all products. Okay, other ones is maybe we all understand about Toyibah. This is also under the government institution. We call it the BPOM, Indonesian National Agency Drug and Food Control. Yeah, this controlling the safety and the healthy of the contents material in the product. Next slide, please. So the contents of law number 33 as the the basic line to implement the halal certification. The important is to understand what is the product. Product are goods and or services, as stated in Article 1, that are related to food. Of course, if we talk about the fishery product processing, yeah, that is classified the food, and also including the beverage, drug, cosmetic, chemical product, biological product, genetically engineered product, as well as consumer goods that are worn, used, or utilized by the public. And this is the very, very important article stated in the law number 33. Product that enter, circulate, and are traded in the territory of Indonesia must be halal certified. Also, of course, it is include the fishery processing product. And other one, it is how about the explanation about the contents of non-halal material or haram material. It's excluded from the submitting halal certification for application, but the statement must be stated by business operator that the product must attach non-halal information on that product. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, right. So here now it's 2020. So the mandatory, yeah, because before it's voluntary. So we start with halal mandatory. It started in 17th October 2019 with 5 years guidance period until 17 October 2024. This is for food and beverages, yeah. Food and beverages, yeah. And then except food and beverages product, the halal mandatory started in 17th October 2021 with guidance period various with 7 years, 10 years, or 15 years. Okay, next slide, please. I will show you this is the policy, how to implement the halal certification. We call as the step of halal mandatory based on Ministry Religious Affairs Regulation number 26 published in 2019. As I mentioned before, food and beverages started in 17 October. So we have a 5 years next, 2024. Yeah, it must be all the product, food and beverages entered to Indonesia must be halal certified. And for non and food and beverage, it start from 17 October 2021 with classified for medicine, non-medicine, medicine, biological product, medical devices, and household health supplies here with the period here 7, 10, and 15, and other product like biological product, including vaccine and medical devices is regulated at the presidential regulation. Okay, next slide, please. So I think if we produce the fish oil, it is for especially it produced by the big company. It's not a problem. They always understand with the standard for halal certification, standard for health, maybe halal SACCP, GMP, and SOP. But other one is the traditional or doing by small enterprises like salted fish, yeah, and also the traditional we call is the pepes ikan, something like that. If you sell to the for the transaction on public, it must be also certified. Yeah. Okay, next slide, please. So why the halal is so important for our country? The first, of course, Indonesia is the biggest Muslim population in the world. So of course it is a big market. Yeah. Therefore, the Muslim population, if we talk about the population in 2030, it's around 2 million. Yeah. Or maybe 26% of world population is the Muslim. Of course, they need the halal product. And the issues of halal is a part of World Trade Organization agenda. Every year, we always have some discussion in WTO to discuss about the halal product. And Indonesian position that is in the a very strategic area with the potential market in Asia Pacific covers the halal product 62%. In Middle East, I think we also quite familiar with Haji Umroh. Yeah, Middle East 20%. So we have the potential market near from our position Indonesia. It's around 82%. So it is a very, very big chance to develop the halal industry. And in the global, that the global halal lifestyle is now increased, even it is in non-dominated Muslim country like Japan, Korea, also developing the concern with the halal lifestyle. Of course, here increasing the halal products. Okay. Now, next slide, please. Well, it is the information about the position that Indonesia, when we talk about the halal product, we are not the best actors to implement the halal food, because we are in the second position, and other like halal tourism, yeah, we are not also preparing for the halal tourism. Halal cosmetic, yeah, we are in the ninth position in the world of the halal global industry. Okay, next slide, please. Well, this is the conclusion for all the my presentation. Of course, synchronization of related regulation policies is necessary because everything, even it is a good, but if it is not socialized among the regulation institution like ministerial level, something like that, is necessary to make a synchronization of related regulation. The second step is socialization, and now it is a part of also the socialization and understanding how the important the quality in halal standard, especially for micro and small business actors, and synchronization of institutional function and role in supporting the availability of raw materials and the role of local institution as a supporter of continuous education and development of business actor. In this number 4, we try because I'm concerned with the development of the halal and the quality of processing fishery product. So we hope that inviting like SMK, yeah, it is a senior high school with a specification maybe to be as the halal center in the local area to give and to support the continuous education and development for business actor, especially for micro and small enterprises or businessmen. Okay, I think next slide. So I think all of my presentation, thank you for the time, and I hope it will be have some question to make a discussion the next. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Professor Koso for sharing your knowledge, experience. Professor Koso deliver his presentation very slightly and then complex. He mentioned about the problems in the fisheries and marine areas, the importance of micro and small enterprise in foundation of the national economy, and also he also mentions about the importance of halal certification, including the fishery products. Before we go to the next presentation, I would like to remind you that after the presentation from the second speaker, we have a discussion session. You can ask directly to the presenters by clicking the raise hand button. And you can also type in the chat box area. Okay, next, I would like to invite Dr. Tiandet Pham. Are you ready?
Yes. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Okay, I can hear you clearly.
So,
Okay,
good
would you like
afternoon.
to present your presentation by yourself, or you need assistance from operator?
I present by myself. I can
Okay.
will share my computer screen.
Okay, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my great honor to be here. First of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to invite me participate in the third international conference on fishery and marine research. So now I would like to talk my current research work in Australia. Maybe some of you already know me. I'm currently a research fellow at the Macquarie University. Can you see my computer screen?
Yes, we can see clearly.
So today I would like to talk about mangrove canopy and canopy height mapping using Sentinel-2 multi-spectral imagery and the UAV dataset combined with an advanced ensampling learning in Western Australia. This research is collaborate with an industry company named Ashton Environmental Service located in the Western Australia. I divided my talk today in 4 parts. Part 1, I will introduce briefly why I'm fascinated about mangrove canopy mapping and canopy height estimation using the multi-sensor combined with the machine learning approaches. The second part, I will explain about the materials and methodology. The third part will make some result and discussion, and lastly, the concluding remark. So first of all, I would like to introduce our research in Western Australia by raising the first important question to all of you. What is the environmental problem we have facing today? So you probably can answer immediately. So climate change and global warming is an increasing temperature in the atmosphere due to an increasing CO2 emission due to greenhouse gas effects. In fact, climate change have a lot of the negative impact on our daily life. In an increasing temperature is a main result in the air due to the El Nino. Some area, particularly in the semi-arid and the semi-arid land, and also the tropical area and semi-tropical climate, there are a lot of the drought on the and the wildfires. On the other hand, due to La Nina, some the tropical region, particularly in the Indonesia and Vietnam, my home country, there are a lot of the tropical cyclone, and Vietnam is also one of the most country affected by climate change, according to IPCC. And the climate change also result in negative impact on the marine resource, such as the damage of coral reef and the rising sea level, and an increasing temperature in the ocean also change the habitat of different marine resources. So how scientists can solve this problem? Luckily, we have a mangrove forest. So what are the mangrove forests? Mangrove basically is a kind of the tree or shrub located in the both semi-climate and the semi-tropical and tropical climate. And the mangrove can act as a natural-based solution in dealing with climate change impact. The most evident in the past, the mangrove can defend the big storms like the tsunami in 2014. The mangrove play a very important role in tsunami mitigation and reduce impact of the big storm and tsunami. And the mangrove also have a significant role in clearing water after flash flood and landslide. But in this research, we emphasize the role of the mangrove and the other blue carbon ecosystem in the global carbon cycle, reducing greenhouse gas effect. Take a look in this figure. This figure compare the CO2 absorption from the different blue carbon ecosystem, including seagrass meadow, salt marshes, mangrove, including estuarine mangrove and oceanic mangrove. Compare with the tropical mature forest. Basically, the mangrove can absorb CO2 not only in the living biomass, such as a bird biomass, and also is a large number of the carbon sequestration can be found in the soil organic carbon. So the action to conserve the mangrove is very important in dealing with climate change. And now is many countries, including Australia, that consider about the blue economy. So how to establish the payment for ecosystem, particular for the mangrove ecosystem services, we need to have such kind of the baseline to consider for the blue carbon credit payment. Our recent study showed that in Australia, basically we define by the different group. And so in the right figure, we consider about the different moon nodal cycle. And our recent paper published in the Science Advance. So that in Australia, the nodal cycle control the mangrove canopy, and that means the lower the higher tidal range may have a main reason result in the recovery of the mangrove after the dieback in 2015. So we compare different methodology and approaches to compare the different 18 year nodal cycle and 4-year nodal cycle and figure out the nodal cycle play an important role in the mangrove canopy along the Australia cotton zone. So, but as I said, the mangrove is very important in dealing with climate change. And the mangrove, basically in Australia, we only have, up to date, we only have a mangrove canopy map provided by the Geoscience Australia at the 30-meter spatial resolution using the Landsat time series datasets. But we don't have a better and spatial resolution, and it's necessary to update and map the mangrove canopy using the better spatial resolution and evaluate the mangrove health ecosystem to what sustainable mangrove conservation and restoration. Because of the identification of the suitable location for restoration is important for the carbon sequestration, and the measurement of the mangrove canopy height in the latter area is time consuming and labor cost. So in order to fill the gap of the current literature in this work, we would like to propose a novel methodology to map the mangrove canopy and canopy height assessment, as well as to assess the mangrove health using the multi-sensor Earth observation and machine learning approaches. In order to reach the final goal is for monitoring mangrove canopy and health and estimate the canopy height using the multi-sensor observation dataset. We have 3 main objectives. The first one is to investigate the use of the freely assessed datasets, including the Sentinel-2 multispectral for mapping mangrove canopy and their health. The second objective is to test the effectiveness of the advanced machine learning techniques for mapping mangrove canopy. And the last one is to compare the model performance of machine learning technique for mapping mangrove canopy height and using the different 2 kinds of sensor. One is the multispectral Sentinel-2, is a passive remote sensing, and another UAV dataset is the active remote sensing. So we select the Western Australia as a case study, and the finger on the top. So the data acquisition of the Sentinel-2 dataset cover the Western Australia in the Pilbara coastal zone, and we also have a 7 study area with the UAV data acquisition in the King Bay, Cochin Bay, Queen's Bay, Watering Cove, Herring Cove, and add a creek and no-name base. This UAV data set with a very high spatial resolution, but it's basically for the Sentinel multi-spectral data set, we use around the 10 cloud-free data set obtained last year during the winter from the mostly in the September 2021. We use the different multi-spectral band with the spatial resolution 10 to the 20 meters spatial resolution. But for pre-processing of own data set, we resampling to the 10 meters spatial resolution of all the Sentinel multispectral data set. Together with the Sentinel-2 multispectral data set, we also use the ALOS DSM digital survey model and the UAV data set I mentioned in previous slide with the 7 study area. For the UAV, we also get the data set in the dry season in November 2020, the very high spatial resolution with the 30 to the 80 millimeters spatial resolution. Basically, the UAV have a 4 multi-spectral band and also have acquisition in RGB, red, green, and blue wavelength. For the ALOS, the DSM, we download the dataset profile agency is for free with the 30-meter spatial resolution DSM, and together we also use the SSTM 30-meter spatial resolution for the generating the mangrove canopy height. So for the now I would like to talk about the methodology for the generating mangrove canopy using Sentinel-2 dataset. We compute the different mangrove vegetation indexes and set up the mangrove vegetation index threshold and verify with the current ground control data. And we calculate NDVI normalized differential vegetation index and define threshold for the mangrove health. The closed canopy and very healthy mangrove ecosystem would be have a NDVI value greater than 0.6. The open canopy and healthy mangrove is greater than the 0.3 and the lower or equal 0.6. And woodland and moderate health is the NDVI is greater than the 0.15 and the less than the 0.3. For the canopy mapping using the UAV data, we digitize the chaining polygon using the very high spatial resolution because of the UAV have a 2 acquisition. One is the RGB with the 30 millimeter spatial resolution. It's extremely high spatial resolution is to digitize the polygon to discriminate mangrove and non-mangrove using the UAV data sets. And we generate the tenfold cross validation and some machine learning algorithm for binary land cover map classification. And after that, we checking and verify the accuracy using the high spatial resolution and also overlay in the Google Earth professional. And then we integrate the NDVI and DSM for the mangrove canopy height and canopy height mapping. For image processing, we mostly use the open source software, including Snap and QGIS for process the Sentinel-2 multispectral and UAV dataset. And for the feature and model development, we use Python script. It's also open source programming. So now I would like to talk about some results for the research. Firstly is the mangrove canopy and the health mapping using the Sentinel-2 multispectral. Take a look in this figure for the figure for the illustrates the mangrove canopy and the canopy and mangrove health using Sentinel dataset last year in the Western Australia. we compare the different machine learning technique, and we use the advanced boosting technique, and the result is promising with overall accuracy about 98.8%, and kappa coefficient around 0.96. Then we use this algorithm to generate the mangrove canopy map and calculate the mangrove area statistic in the Pivara coastal zone, as shown in the table 3. And we can see that is mostly the mangrove in the Pivara coastal zone in Western Australia is very healthy and with close canopy around 42.6%, and the open canopy is about 43.6%, and the woodland and moderate health is just less than 14%. Then we use ALOS, DSM, and SRTM data set to generate mangrove canopy height, and the maximum mangrove canopy height in the Western Australia is approximately 28 meter, with the mean is about 12.6 meter canopy. Just show in this figure 5. You can see that the maximum to mangrove canopy height in Australia reported by the CMAS is a NASA scientist published in Nature Geoscience is about 25.5 meter, and the mean of the canopy height is about 11.9 meter. It's a public in around 2019, and our work is using Sentinel-2 last year, and after the 2 years, the mangrove canopy is slightly increased in terms of mean and also the maximum canopy height. So now I would like to report some key results using the UAV dataset. We compare the different machine learning algorithm for the binary classification for the UAV datasets. And we can see in the table 4, the model performance of some machine learning algorithm for the binary classification. We employ the line gradient boosting machine. It's the novel boosting machine and machine learning technique developed by Microsoft. The result is very promising, and so the very good superior result in terms of overall accuracy, precise recall, and F1 score. Is almost 99% overall accuracy, and the kappa coefficient is around 0.98. And compare with the very well-known algorithms such as the random forest and supervector machine, the line gradient boosting machine is produced better in terms of overall accuracy, kappa, precise recall, and F1 score. So the supervector machine the lowest performance just about 88%, with the kappa coefficient around 86. So we use the line gradient boosting machine is perform very well and outperform other machine learning algorithm. We employ this advanced machine learning. This is belong to the ensemble decision tree learning. So we use the line gradient boosting machine for mapping the mangrove canopy and canopy height using the UAV data sets for the 7 case study with the superior accuracy, over accuracy around 99.9%, and kappa coefficient around 0.998. And the mangrove canopy height with mean is around 11.25 meter in the Cochin Bay. As you can see, that is a map. So the binary classification, we generate only the 2 kinds of the binary mean, the only mangrove and non-mangrove. And then we use the threshold of NDVI calculation to classify the mangrove canopy cloud canopy, very healthy. As I similar we did with the Sentinel-2 dataset, and we also compare with the Sentinel-2 for mapping the mangrove canopy. Basically, the Sentinel-2 is performed quite well, and so this I overlay the Sentinel-2 for mapping, because the Sentinel-2 is the most advantages of the Sentinel-2 is because they can catch up very large area. So, but basically for the UAV, they very high spatial resolution, but very costly. So we only have a small test size of the UAV data set. Then we also generate different of the using the light gradient boosting machine associated with DSM. Then we generate the mangrove canopy height. So we can see that is for the case studies using the light gradient boosting machine in Conjin Bay, the map is a very precise accuracy, and this very even very small mangrove located near to the coastal zone can be identified using the very advanced machine learning technique. Then we also calculate the mangrove canopy area in Cochin Bay, and mostly the area around the over 67% is a mangrove, very healthy and cloud canopy, and followed by about the 32% is open canopy and healthy. That means in the Western Australia is a very well protected and well management of mangrove ecosystem. We also did the similar thing for the remaining 6 case study using the advanced machine learning technique with the overall accuracy the more than 99%, and the kappa was approximately the 80 over 98%. And we do the similar thing for the King Bay, and we also calculate the mangrove canopy statistic for the King Bay, and also we overlay with the result delivery from the Sentinel-2. And basically we can see that the Sentinel-2 is so very good. The mapping the mangrove canopy is pretty good using the Sentinel-2 compared with the UAV very high spatial resolution. And we also generate the canopy height using the UAV dataset combined with the digital survey model and the digital elevation model. For the watering curve, with the overall accuracy is also so the superior accuracy 99.7% and kappa is about 0.991, and the mean of the mangrove canopy around the 8.3 meter in the watering curve. And you can see that is using the advanced machine learning technique. The algorithm produce very high accuracy, and it's easy to discriminate the mangrove with the dark. And we compare here is a mangrove using the Sentinel-2, and this one is using the UAV dataset, and we generate the mangrove canopy height using the DSM and the DEM. And we also generate the mangrove canopy and canopy height for the Winnis Bay, Western Australia, and both for the mangrove canopy height, and also the assess the mangrove health in the Whitney Bay, Western Australia, and generate the mangrove canopy area statistic. So for the other creek and the Pearson curve, the overall accuracy is a superior accuracy in terms of overall accuracy and kappa, and we also generate canopy high for the 2 remain case study. And mostly in the Western Australia, and I said the mangrove is very healthy and cloud canopy, and with the cloud canopy and open canopy in general around over 80 to the 90%. So there was basically with the quite a good result, but we still have some limitation and would success for suggested for the future because we have a very good UAV data set, but we lack of the very high spatial resolution in terms of DEM, digital elevation model. So the LiDAR data with the DEM, the LiDAR 5 meters spatial resolution is not available for the Western Australia. So in the future, it should be either another terrestrial laser scanner catch up in the certain area because of the LiDAR with some kind of the terrestrial laser scanner we can be carried out in the field and measure canopy height and also the generated and we in the future will expect to develop the new DEM using the ALOS 2, PANSA 2, and Tandem X. The ALOS 2, PANSA 2 provided by JAXA, Japan, and Tandem X is by DILA, German, using the INSA interferometry technique. And we hope when the COVID situation getting better, we can conduct some field survey measurement to measure tree height and estimate the canopy height using supervised learning method. So far, we generate the mangrove canopy height using the unsupervised learning because we don't have a real trees height measurement in the field to validate the result. We only compare the current result with the other public the result in the geoscience paper. But our work is very important for the future as a baseline for mangrove above ground biomass estimation and blue carbon stock estimation. So let me conclude my talk today. As my presentation shows, the potential yield of the Sentinel-2 multi-spectral freely assessed data to map the mangrove canopy and also assess the mangrove ecosystem health and binary classification using advanced ensemble learning, namely light gradient boosting machine play a very important role for mapping the mangrove canopy with the overall accuracy for the Sentinel-2 around the 98%, and for the UAV data set is a super real accuracy, more than 99.9%, kappa greater than the 0.98. And light gradient boosting machine model perform best in the mapping the mangrove canopy and canopy height. And future work should be conducted in another different bioregion across Western Australia and also other states, such as in the New South Wales or in the North Territory, because in the north is warmer, so the mangrove mostly located in the Queensland and the North Territory, using the other data set and compare the result. And future collaboration with the partner, hopefully in the future after this international conference, we expect to have some more further collaboration with Indonesia university to conduct, because of Indonesia the mangrove is the #1 in the worldwide. So we should have further collaboration with other partners to get a better result and have a better DEM for the canopy high mapping. So far, I know in Indonesia they have a very good DEM with the 8-meter national DEM. That is really awesome, the DEM for the canopy high mapping. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Tendat Pam, for sharing insight on the investigation of free of charge data for mapping mangrove canopy and health. And also he compared the application of the Sentinel-2 and UAV for mapping canopy and canopy height. Now we have about 15 minutes for discussion. And then some of the questions have been answered by Professor Koso from the chat box. If the audience have questions to the two speakers, you can ask directly to the speakers, or you can type your question in the checks below.
Okay, thank you, Pak Ade. I think I sent the answer by chat box. Yeah, even
Okay.
this is the content is very. I mean, that is only a point for, to answer the question, and it's content with the very general statement from on my side, like Miss Dita. Yeah, of course. Yeah, understanding the policy, including the halal certification as a new policy in Indonesia, is the priority, because if you can produce the product, even you are as Indonesian citizen, but you cannot sell in this country, because if you don't follow the regulation or law in this country, you could not sell the product. Therefore, it is the homework for me as academician, how to make a socialization for, especially for small, micro, small, yeah, maybe for medium and large business actors, yeah, it's no problem. They understand with the standard, they understand with the standard for quality and the standard for halal. But the problem is giving the understanding for the micro and small, medium enterprises. It's a very take times, and sometimes also take energy to teach them. Other one is from Miss Arifa. Yeah, thank you for your question. Yeah, so yeah, I think it's look, what I explained for Miss Dita is similar. The stressing is fisheries, as yeah, we know this fisheries product, fish especially, classified as the positive list. This is the formal statement. Yeah, of course, the positive list contains of the halal product. So if you eat, for example, yeah, raw fish, is no problem. But if you fry the fish by using oil, so the question is, what kind of oil you used in the process? If you do for other processing, like maybe salted fish, or maybe dried fish, we must understand that the process to clarify all the steps in the halal certification based on the traceability. So from the raw material, the process must be documented, or and then sent to BBGPH or halal institution in Indonesia, and then auditing by auditors and everything. If okay, then Majelis Ulama Indonesia, yeah, will give a statement that is the halal. Then the BPGPH will have the halal certificate for your product. For I don't know, Rohma is Miss Rohma, yeah, halal destination. This is the kind of the, we call as the extended services, such as if you go to Bali, is it possible to design to be as the halal destination, because it will have the, especially for the Muslim who need the food, beverage, or restaurant with the standard halal, it's easy for you to get that. Like also spa, because in the spa you use also some oil, something like that. It must be clearly using the oil or everything that halal certified. It is all of the three. Thank you for Ms. Dita, Ms. Arifa, Ms. Rohma for your question. Yes, thank you,
Okay.
Pak.
Thank you very much, Professor Koso, for your explanation. Actually, I have one question for you.
Okay.
Is it okay?
Okay, please. Yeah.
Okay.
We must concern with the halal, because you
Okay.
are is Indonesian.
Okay. On your presentation, you mentioned about the micro and small enterprise is a foundation of the national economy.
Yes.
So what can they do to participate in the global or national halal ecosystem? how they should start.
Yeah, of course. If this is a kind of strategy, it is impossible doing one by one. We know that a micro and small enterprise is a small entity. So we make a collaboration or making one unit, maybe under the co-op, we call it kooperasi, yeah, or maybe under the what is the halal center from Brawijaya University, to be standardized all the product, yeah, because it is also based on my research in the field that the problem is varying of the product, especially for applying the standard for quality, understanding the halal standard, something like that is a quite a problem in micro and small enterprises. Okay, so therefore, as I mentioned before, to have to make a competition with the good quality with halal standard, it's better to arrange the local institution with conscience to give the education for all all participants, especially for micro and small enterprises, yeah, to increase the conscience on the regulation standard, especially for quality and halal. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Ade.
thank you very much, Prof. Sukoso, for answering all the questions delivering to you. And then we have one question to Dr. Pam from Mr. Seftiawan. The question is, compared to other approaches to model the mangrove or any geographical objects, do you feel that the models from machine learning is always achieve highest results? Can you elaborate more? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. 71, for the very good question. And I would say not in all case machine learning can achieve the highest result. It's really depend the data, the remote sensing data you have in hand, and also, but the most advantages of the machine learning is machine learning can deal with the non-linear, I mean the non-linear reason, because of some traditional methods require the data have a to linear correlation, but machine learning can deal with the non-linear data, and also with assist of computer assist development of the computer science, particularly recently development of machine learning and the deep learning architecture. Every year they have many good machine learning and deep learning conference by Google and other, particularly in the United States. There are many good and very good conference from the different scientists in data scientists. They attempt to develop the new and the state of the art algorithm in terms of machine learning and deep learning stuff. If you have enough training data set, I would say we can use the deep learning stuff for classification and also regression. That means with the deep learning, the accuracy is very, very high. This is applicable in the automate car driving, automate face recognition, and so on. But if we have only the limited training data, and I would say we should go with the machine learning approaches. But not all case the machine learning will achieve the highest result. It really depends what the data set you have, and also very important of ground truth data. In all case, we need to ground truth data to generate the training set and also validation data set. I hope I understand for your question, Mr. 71. The second question I received from Dita, is it possible that the model presented earlier, be able to assess the condition of seagrass and coral reef. So thank you very much. It's also a very good question. Basically, I would say that for the seagrass and coral reef, we can use those similar approaches because of the seagrass and the coral reef. We could use the spectral data, but I would like to emphasize that for the seagrass and the coral reef is a submerged aquatic ecosystem. So in somehow the surface reflected from the multispectral data, it's hard to get the detail. Mostly we need to do it's more tough and more difficult than the mangrove because of this submerged. But we can do the same if we can get the we can use a multispectral or the hyperspectral data set to get more information. In the past, I also worked for the seagrass. Coral reef, I have never worked with the coral reef, but for seagrass, we can use the multispectral, particularly freely access data like the Landsat, time series, and the Sentinel-2 multispectral for mapping seagrass in New Zealand, and also detect the seagrass above ground biomass and carbon of seagrass for the assessing their health in the New Zealand, in Tarawera Harbour, New Zealand. If you have a chance, please check out the profile. There's a number of the publication published in the International Zone of Remote Sensing, and ISPS International Journal of Geoinformation. We publish a number of the work related to the seagrass meadow. Thank you.
Thank you very much for answering the question, Dr. Pham. Now we are in the end of this session. I would like to say thank you very much for the two speakers that we have today. Thank you very much for sharing knowledge, experience, and share valuable insights in the field of remote sensing and fisheries product. I hope all the audience got insight for future research and application. Thank you very much for all participants who deliver questions to the presenters. I will return back to MC.
Thank you very much, Chairman. We appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you to Dr. Ade Amindago.
Well, the third season presentation, which is no less interesting than previous course. But before that, allow us to introduce the moderator who will guide this international conference. To Ibu Wahyu Handayani, MBA, the screen is yours.
We reminder again to all participants to rename your account Zoom to group underscore full name, for example, AQ underscore Header Jamaluddin. Mute your Zoom audio by clicking the icon speaker on your Zoom screen and use the provided virtual background on your Zoom.
Once again, the third session presentation, which is no less interesting than the previous course. But before that, allow us again to introduce the moderator who will guide the course of this international conference. So Ibu Wahyu Handayani, MBA, the screen is yours.
Thank you so much for MCs. Okay, this time is mine. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Namo Buddhaya, Om Swastiastu. Shalom. Welcome to all audience here, special to invited speakers. First of all, I will introduce myself. My name is Wahyu Andayani. I came from Brawijaya University. Okay, we meet again in ICoFMR, special for speakers. For the rule about this session, I will inform that first, audience must mute their mic except the presenter and the person who asked the question in the answer question session. Second, if you have any question, you can write down your question using meeting chat feature. But if you want to directly ask to the speakers, you can use raise hand feature. And I divide this session become two parts. First, presentation by invited speakers. We have two invited speakers. And the second part is question and answer. Okay, in order to much long time to take my session. Okay, I ask about Mr. Suseno Sukoyono. Are you here? Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
Mr.
Thank
And
you
the
very much.
second is Associate Professor Dr. Sukri Hajisami. Are you here, Professor? Hello? Not yet coming. Okay. For the first speakers, I will read the curriculum vitae of Dr. Susino Sukoyono. The full name is Dr. Insinyur Suseno Sukoyono, MM. The affiliation is Board of Supervisor Coral Triangle Center, nationality Indonesia, education from IPB, Bogor Agricultural University Indonesia for PhD program. Experience is very interesting, right? Executive Chair of CTI CFF, Co-Chairman of RPOA Combating Illegal Fishing, Vice Chair of FEO, ELDFG, and then Negotiator of Ocean and Climate Change, UNFCCC, and then PPSG MP in Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. Okay, welcome Bapak Susino. We meet again in ICoFMR like last year.
Okay.
Okay, time is yours to present your presentation.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm Suseno Sukoyono, and I'm belong to the Coral Triangle Center. Can you hear my voices?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I like also to extend my appreciation to the organizer for giving me the time to talk with all of you to share the some experience related to what we've been doing in the Coral Triangle area. So I like also to invite you and also try to seek your kind suggestion on my presentation. I like also to share my presentation. Yep, can you see my presentation?
Okay, we can see.
Okay, thank you so much. So yeah, this is about women, about leadership and about the blue economy. I learned from the previous speakers. They've been talking very important issues about the fisheries product, about the remote sensing, about the natural, about the environment. But now I like to talk about the people. When I talk about the people, I like also to kindly to invite you to closely concentrate on the women. And I hope that with that, we can include in this significant and important conference about the role of a woman. And I like to share my next slide with you. It's about what we've been always aware, some of you, very much aware about the Indonesia. As I also learned from the previous speaker, Indonesia, as you can see from my screen, Indonesia is the second world largest fishing nation. And I like also to kindly invite you to think more deeply about the Coral Triangle area. So you see on my screen, this is Indonesia, about more than 15,000 island. And then we are talking about the Coral Triangle. This is the triangle. This is the imaginary boundary. It shapes like a triangle. So in this area, it's about 76 of the world coral reef species and 37 of the world coral reef fish species lives. It's quite amazing. Some of the people name this area as the Amazon of the sea. Indonesia marine commodity industry directly involves 2.8 million households. It's quite significant when you see the numbers of the households that dealing with the fisheries in Indonesia. And as you may aware that 54% of the Indonesia animal protein comes from the fish and the seafood. And 10% of the global marine commodities are supplied by Indonesia. So Indonesia supplied about 10% of the global marine commodities. And the fishery sectors in Indonesia contributes to about 29.6 billion, almost 30 billion US dollar, or is about 2.6% in the nation GDP sector. This I like to share with you our experience dealing with the blue economic SDGs and also what we've been doing Indonesia related to the regulation. As you may see on my screen, SDGs, number 14, life below water. It's about the ocean, about sustainably used, and it's always people. And Indonesia recognized the importance of the blue economy. In 2014, Indonesia released a law. Indonesia issued a law on the sea. So Indonesia has its own law on the sea, number 32, year 2014. In this law on the sea, we recognize and then we support, we initiate many activities related to SDGs 14, life below water. When I mentioned about the life below water, it's about the exploitation, it's about sustainability, it's about social approach, and basically it's about the growth and prosperity. This in the next slide, I like also to share with you about the law on the sea, Indonesia law on the sea, number 32, year 2014, and chapter 6, it's called management of marine. Article 14, it is stated that the government and local government, in accordance with the authority doing marine management. Today, we are talking about the integrated management. We are talking about the same thing here, integrated marine management, as stated in the law on the sea, for the greatest prosperity of the people through the use and exploitation of marine resources by using the principle of the blue economy. So it is clearly stated that SDGs 14 is here, it's about this one, about marine, about ocean resourcing, about the use, exploitation. But again, in this chapter, is about the principle of the blue economy, meaning we can use, we can exploit the marine resources, but have to based on the sustainable approach, has to based on the sustainability. So this I like also to share with you what Indonesian principle on the blue economies. So Indonesia first has a strategic approach on economic, social, and environmental sustainability. When I mention about the strategic approach, meaning that Indonesia try to try as much as its best to do with what so-called inclusive approach. And then we also talk about how we restore, protect, and maintain the natural resources, including marine resources. Blue economy in Indonesia is also including cleaning technologies, renewable energy, and also circular economy. I like also to share with you about the chapter 8 of the Law on the Sea. It's about spatial planning. It's about the space marine management and the protection of marine environment. So Indonesia recognizes very much the importance of the spatial planning about its marine management and about its protection of marine environment. As you may see here in Article 42, the management of marine space is done to protect resource and the environment on the basis of carrying capacity of the environment and local knowledge. Then when we mention or we stated the local knowledge, basically we refer to the people who lives in the coastal area or to the people who live close to the marine resources in the coastal area. When we mention about the people, we also try to emphasize the importance of women, the role of women and the women leadership. Why we put so much emphasis on the role of women or the women leadership? Because so far we understand very much, even the role of women is getting more and more recognized by many parties, but still in many instances, we need to promote the role of women. Why do we need to promote the role of women? Because the main problem of the empowering women is about giving the appropriate access for the women to get close with decision maker or even being decision maker. So just this thing, the important thing when we talk about women leadership. So we like to give an access for women to participate in the decision making process or as decision maker when it comes to the environment, when it comes to the ocean, when it's come to their livelihood. So this is the interdependence of women with nature. And as you may see in my screen, it is stated that one of the very most important understanding about women is women are having base and skill for natural resource management. You can see in many parts of Indonesia, the role of the local women in the village community. Basically, they are the one who do the job. They do many things, starting from the repairing the gear, the net, and also up to marketing the fish. And they try also to do the household activities. And according to the this reference from the Women in Environment and Conservation, it is we can see that it's quite clearly stated. Women are better manager for natural resources, and they have sensitiveness toward environment, and they have high ecological consciousness. So this is something that some people do not recognize this. Women have high ecological consciousness, and if something happened to natural resources, let's say natural resources depletion or environmental degradation. These two things has a direct consequences for women, at least for women time, income, health, and social support system. So that's why women are very important when it's come to the managing ocean, managing resources, especially when we are talking about the blue economy. I think all of us are aware that to my understanding, to my knowledge, the blue economy, the definition of blue economy is nothing, no definition agreed on it. No single definition has been agreed about what is the blue economy. But basically, in general, people understand and support the idea blue economy is about ocean, how we use ocean sustainably based on economy. And I'd like also to kindly inform you that this is in Indonesia. We have the quite interesting data. It's about 50% for Indonesian population is the women. So 1-to-1 when it's come to the proportion with the men. So the role of women must be recognized, especially when it comes to the natural resources. This is also another information, another fact about women and fisheries. So according this article, it is stated that the women are 1.5 times more represented than men in food processing and marketing. Quite interesting. And about 61% of the total employment of women in processing and 59% in marketing. So women has a very critical and strategic role when it comes to the fisheries. In Bali, on 24 to 25 August 2022, this year, basically last month, June 20 hosting a conference on women empowerment. And they have a quite strong message. It's about recover together, recover stronger to close gender gap. And during this meeting, it is recognized and also support the role of women leadership in natural resources, in make a preservation in natural resources, including ocean. We also see World Bank. World Bank also supported the idea about the essential role of women in the management of natural resources, including soil, water, forest, and energy, and often has a profound traditional and contemporary knowledge of natural world around them. So this is very important. Essential role and contemporary knowledge of the natural world around women. So again, I like to emphasize during this conference, it is important to recognize the role of women. And especially, they've been doing so much significant, not only in fisheries trading, not only in fishing activities, but the most important thing in the conservation and how they try to maintain the healthy of the ocean resources. So the Coral Triangle, what this Coral Triangle Center been doing so far? So this Coral Triangle, if I may, I'd like to share with you that this is the vision of the Coral Triangle Center when I've been working for. And this is about the efficient, healthy seas that enrich people and nature. So the vision is always the seas, about the ocean, about the healthy, how the people could make use on it, but basically it's about the sustainability. And we like also to do the training. We like to do the capacity building. We are not doing alone, but we are doing collaboratively collaboratively. And the value is about the excellent local stewardship collaboration result. So it's always about the local community. When we talk about local stewardship, so we also emphasize one of our main program is about the women. Just to give you a little background about the Coral Triangle Center. The Coral Triangle Center is so named for the triangular area. As I show you in my previous slide, the triangular area of the tropical marine waters of 7 countries: Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Timor-Leste, Papua New Guinea, Solomon Island, in this region. And this is unique and important because it's contain more marine species than anywhere else on the world. So this is quite unique. So it's contain more marine species than anywhere else on the planet. It's home of the 76% of the world known coral species. So this is the basically why the Coral Triangle Center is really putting its effort, priority, concern, energy on this area. And we are not only dealing with the natural resources, but the most important thing and the basic priority is always about the people. So this is about what we've been doing so far in the region. We try to create a peer learning network for women. So the peer learning network for women is the key leadership in sustaining marine resources in the Coral Triangle region. As you may see, this is the representative from all 7 countries in the region. So we call them the local champion, the local hero. And this peer learning network for women serve a platform to build the capacity of women to take leadership role in preserving, sustaining the region unique marine and coastal area. This I like to share with you the goals and objective. Basically, the Women Leadership Forum is a platform of what? Platform to strengthen the role of women leaders in protecting and sustaining the coastal marine ecosystem in the Coral Triangle region. This is the basic of the blue economy, protecting and sustaining. Yeah. So my time is up.
Not yet. 5 minutes more.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah. So this is about the goal and objective of Women Leaders Forum. Basically, it's about the blue economy. It's about women leadership. It's about the ecosystem. It's about the integrated management. So this is where we've been doing so far. You can see we've been doing some activities in Sumatra, in the NTB. We've been doing also in Bali, in Nusa Penida. We've been doing in Arafura Sea and also in Badasi. This about the blue crab. In Indonesia, blue crab is called the rajungan. Rajungan lives in the near, it's always close to the local waters. So their entire life is spent close to the water in certain area. When I mean water is basically is the provincial water or district waters. Then the role of the local people living in the near shore is very important. So you may see on the picture, this is about the picture of women who try to manage a blue swimming crab. And she is one of the local hero when it's come to the blue swimming crab management in Indonesia. And also the women when it comes to the seaweed in Nusa Penida. This is the thing that we try to encourage the role of women, and this woman take a leadership when it's come to the community dealing with the seaweed culture. This is just one of the many examples about women. And this is the last slide. It's about the celebrating women in the sustainable blue economy. So on the June 13 on this year, we've been working together with the several countries on celebrating a woman in the sustainable blue economy. The message was that we encourage people to work together more closely with the women, to strengthen, to safeguard, and especially when it's come to the marine conservation. Another regulation from the Indonesian government is a presidential regulation number 83 year 2018 on marine debris management. So basically, it's dealing with the blue economy. We targeted to make sure that 70% of the marine debris is cleaned up by 2030. And we have one program called Love the Ocean Month program. With that, I like to conclude my presentation that people is important when it comes to the blue economy. Women is the pillar when it's come to the integrated management on the blue economy. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Bapak. It's so impressive. Especially, I want to inform you that in my faculty, we have study gender subject.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah, thank you. By Professor Harsukori Niwati. And we have another teacher from other institution, like Prof. Kepi Sukesi, and then Bapak Miftahul from UIN. It's very important, and I like your presentation so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we have one chat for question, but we can save it for the next time. I will call the second presenter, Mr. Dr. Sukri Hajisami, Associate Professor from Prince Songkla University. Are you here, sir?
Yes, Dr. Wayu. I'm here in Thailand.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this time is your. Before that, I will read your curriculum vitae. The full name is Associate Professor Dr. Sukri Hajisami, affiliation from Faculty of Science and Technology, Prince of Songkla University. Research interests in aquaculture, fishing technology, and ecology. For education, Mr. Sukri Hajisami get PhD degree from Biological Science, National University of Singapore. And about the nationality, he came from Thailand with position as Director of Agrotech and Innovation Center in Patani Province. On other hand, he is advisor of ASEAN Fisheries Education Network, or we call ASEAN FEN. Okay, Bapak Sukri, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wayu, for your great presentation of my CV, and thanks the university for inviting me to join this very interesting and important seminar. I myself actually love to visit the Brawijaya universities again, but I think there's still now the online presentation is also a great way of presenting our work and sharing our work together. And thank you, Prof. Sukuyono, for your presentation. Actually, part of your presentation, it will ease me to continue my presentation, because you end up with 2 points. One is you mentioned that the people the role of people is very, very important in the blue economy, that I will give the example of how important is the role of people in dealing with the crab resources. And you are mentioning that women is the pillar of this issue as well. So I do agree with you that I have some example that I'll be presenting now is running the women. And actually, the most important thing you also mentioned about my crab that I'm going to present, which is the blue swimming crab. And I'm not sure what you call it in Indonesia. It's ketam bunga.
Rajungan. Rajungan. We call it rajungan. Rajungan. Yeah.
Rajuga.
Yeah, I
In Malaysia,
appreciate
they
very
call
much your
ketam
kind
renjang.
comment, Pak. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Dr. Sugri.
All right. In Malaysia,
Yeah.
they call ketam renjang.
Yeah.
I'm in Thailand now, tapi saya boleh cakap bahasa Melayu.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you
you
so
can
much.
do
Ya,
that.
sebab kami tinggal di kawasan apa ni Sempadan Malaysia,
Patah.
Thailand. So, but my
Yeah.
presentation will be in English. I think it's better for me too. Okay.
Okay.
This is the topic. I try to now. I just come back from Sarawak to also presenting this topic. I try to promote the community crab bank. Actually, it's not new, but not many people know about this. Even we in marine scientists not know much about this concept. To me, the community crab bank, after working for 4 or 5 years, I think that this is an important tool for integration in fisheries management and then to achieve the blue economy. Because the crab bank is not only the bank, it's not only bringing crab, but it's something relevant to BCG, biological, circular, and green technology. Talking about blue swimming crab, actually you finished lunch already. I asked you. So actually, if I show this before lunch, somebody will get angry. There are many ways of preparing the blue swimming crab. I think Dr. Wahyu, you may like it, some of this, but in Thailand, the crab is one of we call the premium menu in Thai restaurant. Everywhere you go Thai seafood, you will have this blue swimming crab as the main dish. So the idea I want to talk to you today is what is the bank and how to bank the crab. What is the bank and how to bank the crab? The crab we are talking is the blue swimming crab, like the same species that Prof. Sukuyono mentioned earlier with the woman carrying the crab. That is the crab, Fortunus pelagius. And when we're talking about bank, you think about many banks in Indonesia. You think about you go and drawing money, make people with a nice dress. That is the bank. But the concept of the bank for blue swimming crab, the dress is different, but the concept is about the same. Where we deposit something into the sea, into the bank, and then we get the interest back. We get the profit back later on. So my outline today I have about 20 minutes, right, for my presentation. So I give you a little bit of a concept and method. Some of you may know, but some I believe that not know about this concept. And I tell you some of my experience about community crab bank. I call community crab bank. And not only banking the crab, we have the activities, we call it post community crab bank activities, where you can see the women, the ladies involved a lot, and give you some key success factors and challenge for us as scientists. So this is below is the logo of the crab bank in Thailand. This is the logo crab bank. If you go to Thailand, you see this is the crab bank project. This is run over Thailand now. So why we need crab bank? Why we need crab bank? I think that the problem or the rationale is similar to all over the world, even in Indonesia and Malaysia. First is overfishing on these resources. The second is the fishermen, they catch a small size crab. Next is they catch the buried female crab. Can you imagine how many buried female crab caught by fishermen? Even in some countries, it's banned by law. You cannot catch this. Practically, I believe that the fishermen still doing that practice. And we difficult to prevent fishermen to catch these crabs because the crab are their main income. So this is the problem, the challenge. So what we want to see is the sustainable of crab resources for the future. Sustainable of crab resources for the future. So the mechanism, what we have to do is, first is we have to rebuild the resources. Rebuild the resources or increase the crab stocks. But the rebuild resources, increase the crab stock, use law and regulation alone may not be. I will say that in Thailand, using law and regulation alone may not enough to rebuild the resources, increase the crab stock. So what we do in the concept of crab bank is that is change fishermen's attitude and practice. Change fishermen attitude and practice. This is the concept Prof. Sukoyono already mentioned. People is important. Law is even less important than people. So this is the concept that we are running for crab bank. So what we want to see, we see more crab, and more crab. And then this concept, when we think carefully, actually even we started the concept earlier, but we think carefully, is very much relevant to SDG 14 and is very much relevant to the blue economy concept. The recovery, I want to sustainable the oasis. We want to ensure that the future crab resources is enough for the future people. So this is the concept. So what we want to see when we are when we work with the fishermen, first thing we have to do is to change fishermen attitude by telling them that to help in sustainable of crab stocks is the responsibility of fishermen, not the government alone. It's the responsibility of fishermen. So we have the process. Actually, the process is simple for crab bank. First, the fishermen that catch crab, whatever nets they use, they catch crabs. Once they catch crab, they also catch the buried female crab, the crab with egg outside the abdomen. But 10%, 5% of the crab catch with buried female crab in some season. So normally, fishermen will sell all the catch to the market, will sell all crabs to the market. But the crab bank just asks fishermen that, hey, please don't sell the crab with eggs outside the body to the market yet. You just keep the crab. Most of the crab are still alive. You just keep the crab into the bank. This is we call the bank. Actually, it's the bucket with some oxygen aeration. You put the live crab here. After a few days, crab will release the egg and hatch, become zooier stage or the very baby crab stage. Once the crab hatch, the fishermen just get the zooier stage and release back to the nature nearby. And fishermen can take the crab back and sell to the market. Or some fishermen or some bank, the fishermen, they donate the crab to the bank. So the bank can sell the crab later and use that money that they sell the crab to run the bank. So most of the bank initially supported by the government, by the university, by the research project, but later on running by fishermen themselves. So once they release the crab, in the next 4 or 5 months, they can catch crab back, because normally the crab will not go too far, about 20 to 30 kilometers from the village. So that is the vicinity of fishing fleet that fishermen can do that. But the most challenging is how to ask fishermen to do that. How to get fishermen to do that. So that is very important. So we call that we have to change the fisherman head. We have to change the fisherman heart and change fishermen. We are fishermen. I'm lucky. I was a fisher boy. I born in the fishing village as fisher boy. Normally the practice of fishermen all over the world, they get ready in the morning and then they go to the sea, set the net, whatever net, and come back in the late afternoon. Or they go in the late afternoon, set the net at the night, and tomorrow morning they come back with the fish and they sell the fish. That is the routine cycle of fishermen everywhere. Compared to another group of people, the farmers. The farmers, they don't do this practice. The farmers, they have to prepare the land. If they want to plant some food, they have to prepare the land. They have to plant, put the seed, giving the fertilizer, watering, and wait, look every day until they can harvest the fruit. The fisherman is different. The fisherman, we just go and take. We are a go and take person. So what we are going to do is to change the mindset of fishermen that, hey, we have to be like a farmer. We need to plant our crab. We need to plant our fish in the sea, and then we catch it back. So this we try to change the fisherman concept. So come back to the crab. Yes, it's challenging. Come back to the crab. In Thailand, there are two, some boat, the left side boat is we call the traditional boat, fishing boat. The right hand is the commercial. Both are catching the crab. So once they are catching the crab, you look at the catch like this, some buried female crab are there. This buried female crab, normally they sell in the market. Do you know how many eggs per crab? 500 to more than 1 million eggs per crab. 500 to more than 1 million eggs. The size of the crab on the top is about 1 million eggs. Can you imagine 1 million of eggs if they have chance to get into the sea back? What will happen? What will happen to this crab? Once, if you eat this crab without caring about the eggs, you eat only one crab. But if you release the crab, the egg crab to the nature, you still can eat that one crab and you can eat more crab in the future. So, and become your money. This is what we are telling the fishermen. So once we are doing this, we have to tell the fishermen that this is the crab cycle. They want to do this, they hack this. I can't believe that the first time some fishermen, they see the baby crab, that zooear stage of crab, we bring them to the university and ask them to look under microscope. Hey, look, this is the crab egg that you always eat. You look inside the egg, it's the baby crab. Can you imagine if you release the baby crab to the nature, what will happen? So we try to, this is we want to say that we wash the brain of fishermen. We wash the brain of fishermen. So the concept of crab bank, again, the step is fishermen catch the crab, deposit the crab or we call the buried female crab into the bank and let crab release the egg in the bank. Then the fishermen bring the zooear, the crab baby, to the sea and they sell the crab, the mother crab, they sell the mother crab. So who's the banker? We're talking about a bank. Who is the banker for this case? For this case, fishermen themselves is the banker. They have to work together. Like what Professor Sukoyono said, that the people is very important. This is not by law. You cannot force them this. But you can ask them, you can motivate them to do this for themselves. So this kind of people, they are bankers. You look at the ladies also play a role, a big role in our crab bank. So when we start this crab bank, the government by the Prime Minister 2 years ago, or in 2018, he announced that, hey, in Thailand, we need to have 500 villages having crab banks. So now we are running under this project, under 500 banks in the village. So all parties, university, Department of Fisheries, and private sector, they are working together. There are two types of crab banks. One is cage, one is hatchery. Cage, if you are familiar with a cage culture, fish cage culture, you can see this cage. But the hatchery one is like the hatchery, but it's not complete hatchery. This is the bank. So building the community crab bank, I'm running crab bank for 4 years myself with my colleague. So we just support the knowledge, the idea, and then we support some materials for villagers to build the construction like these to become the bank. They use their own labor, no payment. We just buy some material, provide them some material, and they do the crab bank, and they do very good. This is what we are working with fishermen. Fisher folk themselves, they have a meeting, so it becomes tool for them to stay together, to work together for the benefit of the people in the area. This is the crab bank. In our project, you see, we call Bank Ketam Renjang as well because we speak Malay here. This is the construction of some crab bank. I tell you how is the bank. Some bank is small like this. It's very small, about 5 by 5 square meters. But some are bigger, and we even use the solar cell to run for the crab bank as well. And this is inside of some crab bank. You can see how is it. And some company like CP, you have CP in Indonesia too. This company actually support big company in Thailand and big company in Indonesia for culture. We support also there. Many type of banking system now happening in Thailand. So there is a research on which stage of crab we should release to the nature. And now for me, zoo year is the best we call. This is how the people releasing the crab to nature. You look, even the baby, the kid come also play with the crabs. And I wonder the government, they also like to play with the crab, to release the crab. We make it's like a very big event in Thailand now, but this is most important. You look at this boy. This boy are looking the zoo ear, the crab baby from their crab bank. And then we tell them, look at this photo. We tell the baby that, the boys that, if you release the crab egg today, in the next 4 or 5 months, it will become your money. Your father will bring money for you. The crab will become money, and this money you can bring to school. You can buy your toys and whatever. So this is how we do crab bank, and we believe that the crab bank will indirectly build the responsible fishing practices to the crabbers. And of course, it will help the blue economy. This is the area that we are having crab bank under my project. Now we have 13 crab bank in 3 provinces of southern Thailand. This is the border of Malaysia. So every month, you can imagine the buried female crab. We put about 1,500 crab per month. So it's almost 20,000 a year under our crab bank. The mother crab about 20,000 mother crab we put in the bank. So what happened from the result? We look at the statistic. The upper part of the statistic is the green part is the catch, the fish catch, fish landing in Thailand. You see the degrading, the degrade of fish catch in Thailand from 1.6 to 1.39. But you look at the blue color one, this is the crab catch. The Portunus pelagicus is increasing a lot. Most of the fish, shrimp, all lower, all decreasing, except crab increasing. And fishermen themselves also very happy from our survey. After they conduct the crab bank in their village, they are very happy with the result, and they're happy to do the crab. So apart from crab bank project, I have 5 minutes more maybe. We have the post crab bank activity. This is we call the BCG model, biological, circular, and green model for crab bank. So this crab bank bring what? Alternative livelihood. The role of women is very significant in the post crab bank project. You look at this. We have the products made by the crab bank's members, the ladies, and the key success factor actually I have more. The key success factor is of course the leadership of each bank, the ownership, management skill, some budget, supporting, and network. This is again like Prof. Suko say that the network is very important. Integration is very important. You cannot work alone. This is the key success factor of the bank. This is part of our post crab bank project. This is the part with the Usenet recycle, also part of the crab bank project to become zero waste from crab bank activities. And we also work on education tourism, where our crab bank become the learning center, education center for people around there. And some tourists, they like to come, and the bank can collect money from tourists. You look at these activities. Without crab bank, we cannot see this photo impact. Because of crab bank, so we can plant the conservation heart, the blue economy, the blue economy concept into the people around here. You look at this is our crab bank. The local community can run by crab bank. You look at this. So with our project, we support to build something like this as well. So, and now our next step is to have this short curriculum, crab bank curriculum, and send to the school. The teachers can use the crab bank curriculum. There are some scientific challenges, definitely. The direct evolution, how is the success direct evolution? We have the indirect evolution. How to increase catch rate? What is the ecosystem good to release zoo ear? How the movement of crab after releasing? And can we apply to other species? These all are challenging and more challenging actually for us who are interested. You can apply. So in conclusion, my last slide. The CCB or crab bank is the reflection of blue economy in practice. We call the blue economy in practice, not only in paper, but is in practice at local level. This is at the village level. The crab bank contributes significantly to the rehabilitate or rebuild local crab resources. And the last one is crab bank is a tool to leverage fisher's livelihood and create harmony at village level. So my last word is, if you go to the market, don't buy, no eat the buried or gravy female crab. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sukri. That's very inspiring. I think both of the presenter is so inspiring people to encourage people people in village, I think, especially about women and then local people. And the main point is that is very important. So we are in question and answer session. We have announced that in this Zoom, we have some students from sociology and rural sociology by Pak Edi Susilo as a lecturer. And he asked me to announce to students, if you want to ask, Pak Edi and me will give book as a present. Okay. In chat box, we have 3 questions for Pak Suseno.
Yeah.
First, from Ibu Tuti. Ibu Tuti, if you want to ask directly, you can open your mic. But if you not want to directly asking, okay, I will read it. Where is Bu Tuti? Okay, this is the question. Mr. Susino, do you think gender of human effectivity in protection of the ocean? Thank you. Okay, Mr. Susino.
Okay, thank you very much. Before I answer this very interesting question, I like to appreciate my appreciation goes to Bapak Sukri, to Dr. Sukri for nice work, and also I appreciate your crab bank, Bapak, and I also appreciate your kind word to my presentation. And your presentation is very educative and informative. Yeah, I think it's the first question from the Ibu Tuti. Yeah, as I understand this question, I like to kindly respond. This is the way I like to respond this question. First, yes, gender is important. You know, in the fisheries and the marine world, it's always about, how should I say, masculinized. It's a bias, gender bias. People think always about the marine, about the fisheries, fishing activities is always about men. But actually, if you go to any single fishing village community in Indonesia, you can easily find who is really the champion? It's always the women, always the women. But this women activities, this women rule is always overlooked. They just do not receive enough recognition. So basically, the role of women in Indonesian local community fishing villages in all Indonesian coastal area is very significant. That number one. Thank you, Ibu Tuti. I hope I answer your question properly. And to Ibu Nur Istiana, can I go to the second question?
Okay,
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Susino, but first
Okay.
I want to read the question.
Okay, okay then. I'll follow
From
the rule.
Bu Nur Istiana. Mr.
Okay.
Susino, is it mentioned that women have a big role in processing and marketing? In your opinion, what should be improved from women empowering in blue economic? How about the role of women in research or R&D sector? Is it recorded? Okay,
Yeah.
time is yours.
Okay. Yeah, if I can follow this question properly, I should apologize for my English, but I think it's this is the way I like to respond to this question. Yeah. If you would like to seek my opinion about the role of women now and then, now in the future, basically I like to suggest to promote every party, any party, to sit together with the women and to start dialogue, to start the discuss about the access for women for the making decision on the livelihood and also related to the natural resources. As I mentioned in my slides, the role of women is very significant when it's come to the conservation or the marine conservation. And yeah, the second one is about the role of women in the research. Hopefully, the Brawijaya University could promote many women to do the research and also to actively participate in the research. I have no reference about the number of women in the research. Thank you very much.
Okay. How about the answer, Ibu Nur Istiana?
Thank you so much for Bapak Sukoyono. The answer is clear, and I hope in the future the level of role of women will be improved and will be continued. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We are on the same boat. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Nur Istiana. Hopefully you will join with the research or something else.
Of course, I love to because I'm now doing the research on the marine biomass too.
Okay, very nice. We go to the third question for Mr. Susino from Wira. Bapak Wira, are you there? Do you want to ask directly, or or do you want to me for read this? Okay, I will read it. Thank you for your great presentation, Dr. Susino. Women participation not only economic and field aspect, but also research and publication. But I have read Journal of Frontiers in Marine Science. Just 35% women write the journal related to coral reef. What do you think about that?
Yeah, thank you for sharing this information. It just come to my knowledge that women is just 35% that write the journal related to the coral reef. Thank you. I learned from you. I do not know. I do not have this percentage basically, but 35% of women write the journal related to the coral reef. I think this is quite quite an impressive number. Yes, I like to work together to promote the women to write the journal. This is my answer. Thank you very much, Pak or Mas Wira.
Okay, how about the answer, Mr. Wira? Are you there? Okay, if there is no answer more or question more, I will go to the next question from Ibu Jenny to Mr. Sukri. Is it possible the concept of crab bank apply to other species of fish, especially the high value species like grouper, shrimp, and etc.? Or Bu Jenny will ask directly? Open mic, Bu Jenny.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Wahyu. I think the question really clear enough. Maybe I would like to ask the opinion of Mr. Sukri. Thank you.
Thank you. Time is yours, Mr. Sukri.
Yes. Thanks for the question. Actually, this question has been asked everywhere. I presented about crab bank. In Thailand now we are trying not only the blue swimming crab, but there are two more species that people are working. One is the giant prawn, also crustacean. Giant prawn. The second one is the sleeper lobster, and giant prawn. And giant prawn has, I think that the success story of giant prawn is higher than the sleeper lobster. The sleeper lobster is still under only some bank that they do practice that sleeper lobster. But for the giant prawn, only also few crab bank that are practicing. Still, crab bank is focus more on the blue swimming crab. The reason is that because the blue swimming crab is one of the largest in fisheries industry in Thailand, the target species. But for sleeper lobster is only the bycatch of mud crab. Oh, sorry, of the crab boat. And for giant prawn, their practices some crab, but not really many banks that they are practicing. So you can see here that only crustacean with the eggs at the abdomen that we can do crab bank. Not so far for fish in Thailand. I have a second question, I think, from my dear professor, Professor Frick from Japan, Hokkaido.
Yeah, from Mr. Matsuichi.
Yeah,
Professor, do you want to ask directly to Dr. Sukri?
Sawadee
Okay.
สวัสดีครับ
Sawadee Ajahn Scree, Kopun Kap for your clear presentation. And actually, I very impressed the crab bank activities. It's a very good trigger, starting point to make the fishers as a group. If the fisher makes a group, they can have the power to negotiate with the middleman or to make the local fishery management rules or something like this. So is there any cases that this community makes their additional function other than the crab bank, or any activity for encouraging this kind of the additional activities? Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We are very wonderful question. Actually, crab bank concept started in Japan. Some manufacturer in Japan, right, by cooperative. So later on, I think about 30 years ago, about that, and later on, the Thai people, NGO, they start extending this concept in some of the area, and it become bloom when the government by the prime minister, they use this as their national policy. So now crab bank become national policy. And Professor Fried, this morning I just had a meeting with the Fisheries Department of Fisheries that they are preparing, we call the master plan for the blue swimming crab fisheries in Thailand. So it's very interesting. Only this species they are preparing master plan. There are some other species, but a blue swimming crab is one of the species, and crab bank is one of the concepts that they will put in that master plan. So responding to your question, yes, crab bank, the giving the crab to the bank is the initial tool, the pioneer tool, but the post activities of the crab bank is more interesting, like what you mentioned. So we have some crab bank, many of them also, they manage the area, it's become protected area. And they protected area, they not allow for some fishing method coming into the area. And some crab bank, they also sell the crab as group, so they can get higher price. Especially during the lower price, this group, they sell, they now, Professor Frick, they sell online as well. And moreover, some of them, they process the crab product. They not only sell the fresh crab, but they sell the crab product now. We are very happy about that. And some of the bank, it become the tourist spot where the fishermen can get money from the tourists that come just to release the zoo year. So they can make money from that as well. So I think that you always come to Thailand and then we can go and see some crab bank in Thailand. Should yeah, you just come back from Indonesia, right? No, yes, and hope to see you in Vietnam. Okay.
Okay.
And
Okay.
one more thing, personally, I have somebody in Hokkaido now. Are you in Hokkaido? So I will ask
Yes,
him
yes,
to
I
meet
mean
you.
Hokkaido. Yeah, yeah. It's
Yeah.
Civic coming in
Oh,
Hokkaido.
I will call you because there somebody there. He wants to meet you. Okay. In Hokkaido.
Okay.
He's Hokkaido now for 5 months. Yes. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much,
Thanks.
and I'm very happy to hear the crab bank function is expanding, and I would like to do anything. So if the crab bank or the Thailand needs a more contribution from Japan, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, very nice asking and answer question or question and answer question session. There is any question from audience? We have more time.
Can I ask question?
Okay.
Actually, I want to ask him question.
Okay, you can do that.
I will ask.
Most welcome, Pak. Most welcome. Basically,
Yes.
I was thinking that I should learn a lot from you, Pak.
No, how is the coral status in Coral Triangle, Indonesia? Actually, you know Professor Chow Lok Ning?
Yeah,
Singapore?
I know by name.
Oh yeah, he is my supervisor. I'm from the lab.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Very impressive.
And this lab, we always talk about the Coral Triangle Indonesia. How is the status now? Is much better than the past, or is remain the same, or something?
Yeah. We have 3 category of the coral reef Indonesia: bad, medium, and excellent. So luckily, the now is the trend is from bad to medium, but still we have an enormous challenges. Very the challenge is about the it's about the mindset of the people. So when we one good example is about the people do not recognize about the live coral reefs and dead coral reefs. Coral for the for the housing, for the foundation of the housing, and also for the aquariums. They do not yet properly recognize this one. So this is the challenge. So the challenge in Indonesia is about the people, about the human. So yeah, but if you ask me about the status, yeah, it's the trend is there, is getting better, but still the problem, and now is some challenges is also with the climate change. Some people think that it's not the climate change, but some researchers say that definitely it's about the climate change. You know, the unique thing about the coral reef in Indonesia, in the certain area, they recover very excellently. You know, Indonesia is quite famous with the Ring of Fire, many active volcano. So, you know, in the area of the, heavily or terribly damaged by the eruption in the several about decades ago, so the coral reef is recovered. So some people do not believe about the bleaching, about the climate change because of this. But to me, we should pay a very how should I say? We need to pay a very I should say a precautionary approach about this coral reef, you know, because the coral reef in Indonesia is quite unique, as you are very much aware, and this because of the we enjoy very much not only because the sun penetration, but also about the current in Indonesia, because we have so many unique gulf, we have so many island, and the water is shallow, especially in the Arafura Sea. It's only 50 meters depth. So it's not unlike in the Java Sea. Yeah, so this is the thing that made our coral reef is quite unique. But Dr. Sukri, I enjoy very much your presentation. It's just like an eye opener for me about your bank crab, about your approach, but especially it's about the way you explain it. Make people like me easily understand. So I really appreciate the way you present your presentation. Really appreciate that one. So yeah, before we closing the session, if I may, I'd like to say hi to my dear colleagues, Bapak Professor Edi Susilo. Bapak Professor Edi Susilo, are you there? Yeah, I hope you're there. Yeah. So if not, just please extend my.
Yes, but not professor, not yet professor.
Oh, okay, then Excellency.
Will be.
I should call you Excellency. Okay, thank you very much. Oh, looks this handsome faces, handsome and smiling face. Okay, Pak. Greeting from Jakarta. Yes. So I like also to. This is my thinking about this seminar, about this conference. I enjoy very much because of all your present, and especially the presentation of Dr. Sukri. I enjoy very much, Pak Sukri. I hope I can meet you in person, Pak, in Jakarta or in Thailand. Thailand, I have the emotional relationship with Thailand. My first foreigner visit, my first going abroad was to Thailand. It was in 1984, Pak.
Oh, that's very long ago.
Yeah, long ago. And since then, I visited your lovely country many times. And I visited Patani, I think more than 20 times to Patani, Pak. So I remember I bought, yes, to Patani, Pak.
Oh, really?
First, yeah, I remember first I bought my stereo from Patani Market.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was in 1984, Pak.
Oh, that's very long ago. Dah lama tu, dah lama.
Yeah.
Datang lagi.
Yeah, thank you so much, Pak. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, it's been very nice with you all. So I like to seek your kind permission. I like to leave, and hopefully I can meet you somehow, somewhere, maybe in Jakarta, or in Malang, or in Patani.
Yes.
So yeah.
But before leave, Mr. Susino, this time is for closing statement for presenters. First, the time is for Dr. Susino Sukoyono.
Yeah, if I may, I like to give this first opportunity to Dr. Sukri.
Okay.
He's now become my idol. So
Okay.
please go ahead, Pak Sukri.
Time is yours, Bapak Sukri.
Yes, thank you very much for very good comment and suggestion. So I am very happy to be this. It's 1 hour gone. It's very quick. So I love to visit Malang again because I've been there few times, I'm not wrong, in Surabaya, also that area, also Jakarta. So I think that we can meet in person, and whatever contribution we can make between all of us here, I think that is for the sake of the sustainability use of the marine resources. Thank you very much. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, the second is for Bapak Suseno.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, I really appreciate for giving me the opportunity to talk in this very important conference. I like to talk to the moderator, to Jenny. Hi, Jenny. Thank you so much.
Hi, Pak Suseno.
Yeah, thank you so much
you.
for your lovely cooperation and
Okay,
support.
anytime.
Yeah, so I like also to thank to the organizer and also all the participant, especially to Bapak Edi Susilom. Yeah, Pak. Stay healthy, stay happy, and stay young, Pak. Okay, thank you so much. So with that, once again, I really appreciate for this opportunity, and hopefully we can sometime, somehow in the near future, we can meet again. Thank you very much. God
Okay,
bless
thank
you
you
all.
so much.
So I like to seek your kind permission to leave. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
bye-bye. For the last but not least, me as moderator, I apologize if I had some mistake while I do my test. For the salam for the end, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah, waridha wal inayah, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for all the audience, especially for presenter.
Thank you.
Thanks to Ibu Wahyuni Handayani, MBA, and the speakers.
Now we will announce the best presenter from parallel session.
And the best presenter room aquaculture goes to
Mrs. Elizabeth Tierney. And the next best presenter from Capture Fisheries goes to Pianta Mandalika.
The best presenter room fishery biotechnology goes to
Nur Istiana.
Congratulations to Nur Istiana for the best presenter from room fishery biotechnology.
The best presenter room marine science 1 goes to Mahatma Lanun. Congratulations for Mahatma Lanun for the best presenter room marine science 1.
The best presenter room marine science 2 goes to
Walter Balansa.
Congratulations to Walter Balansa for the best presenter from marine science 2 room.
And the last best presenter from Fishery Agribusiness goes to Dita Agustian.
Congratulations for all the best presenter. Now the next agenda is closing remarks. The speech will be delivered by Chief of the Organizing Committee to Miss Jenny Etnawati Tambunan. The screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon from Indonesia. We have arrived in the end of the conference. I would like to say thank you to all of you, the honorable speakers, excellencies presenter, and valuable participants who joined us during the 2 days of conference. I really appreciate your willingness to share information about fisheries and marine science. So I hope through this conference, our knowledge were upgraded. I also want to apologize for any inconvenience during the conference. Then, allow me to express my deepest gratitude to all committee members for their contribution and hard work. At the end of my speech, I hope we can meet again at the same conference next year. Thank you.
Thanks to Miss Jenny Etnawati Tambunan for closing remarks. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Now we have come to the end of our international conference. We are apologize for any inconvenience. Thank you for your attending and your kind attention. I'm Najwa.
I'm Ray. See you and
And
wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science originate from the Marine Fisheries College, founded on October 28, 1962 by the Probolinggo Education Foundation. October 28 became the anniversary celebration of Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science. Through the Ministerial Decree number 163, year 1963, Marine Fisheries College joined us Department in Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Husbandry, Universitas Brawijaya, based in Malang. In 1982, the Faculty of Animal Husbandry and Fisheries was separated into two faculties: Faculty of Animal Husbandry and Faculty of Fisheries. To produce professional graduates that can applying the principle of exploration, exploitation, and management in fishery and marine resource, the Faculty of Fisheries has changed to the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science based on the degree of Rector number 041/SK/2008. Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science has a vision to become a superior higher education institution with international standard by applying fisheries and marine entrepreneurial strategy and be able to play an active role in the nation development through the process of aligning education, research, and community service.
Welcome to the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, Universitas Brawijaya. As a higher education institution, we have implemented an international standard learning system, which is equipped with various adequate facilities and infrastructure. We also have implemented a curriculum of Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka that encourages students for being lead generation and contribute to current development. We produce various innovations that support industry and community welfare, especially in the fisheries and marine sectors. In addition, various national and international collaborations have been established and continue to be developed so that we are able to play a role as a part of world civilization.
Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science consists of 3 departments. Total number of study programs is 10 study programs.